Good morning, everyone. Let's go ahead and get started. Welcome to the August 10th, 2012 meeting of the Implementation Committee of the State Allocation Board. I'm Bill Savage. I'm the Assistant Executive Officer for the State Allocation Board. Why don't we go around and do introductions of all of our stakeholders?
Fred Yeager, Department of Education.
Eric Bakke with the Los Angeles Unified School District.
Lee Coop with California Association of School Business Officials.
Paul Hansen, representing County Schools.
Kathy Allen with Cash.
Brian LePask with OPSC.
Robert Pierce with Elk Grove Unified School District.
Mary Morris, American Institute of Architects.
Dennis Dunstan, Council of Educational Facility Planners.
Richard Conrad, Division of the State Architect.
Thank you, and welcome, everyone. Before we get started, I want to go over a couple of items that are coming up at the State Allocation Board that might be of interest to stakeholders. First of all, the September State Allocation Board meeting will be on the 19th instead of the 26th. And at that meeting, the board has scheduled a first discussion of what's called program review. We're in a situation in the state where we're looking at a potential future bond, and the board members have expressed a very keen interest in looking at ways that we can make the program more efficient, responsive, and effective. So they're going to be entertaining discussion items related to program review at that meeting. Secondly, next Tuesday at 10 a.m. here in Sacramento, there'll be a meeting of the Audit Working Group of the Audit Subcommittee of the State Allocation Board, and so I know Kathy Allen is on that group. So we're looking at different proposals for updated accountability structure for the school facilities program. And on Wednesday, August 15th, there's a meeting of the Rules and Procedures Subcommittee of the State Allocation Board, and that is in the afternoon here in the Capitol, and we'll be looking at a number of items related to the way the board conducts their business as they go about hearing issues related to school facilities in California. Finally, I did want to note that in Fred Yeager's shop over at the California Department of Education, the Superintendent of Public Instruction released their report from the Center for Cities and Schools at UC Berkeley regarding California's future facilities needs and sustainable school facilities. And I'm noting only that one of the recommendations was to continue to keep the implementation committee as part of the structure of any future program, recognizing that it provides an effective area for stakeholders to participate in assisting the board and the legislature and the governor in shaping school facilities programs in California. So I thought that was an interesting piece of that report, that's really just one very minor area of the report, believe me, but I thought it was interesting to report that to you all this morning. So I don't anticipate that we will go too deeply into the afternoon, but that always depends on you guys. So, but we have two items before us today. Is there any public comment on items that are not on the agenda from anyone in the audience? Okay, hearing none. We'll keep moving. The next meeting that we have is September 7th, 2012. We don't have any new referrals to the IMP committee. Yeah, I've got that. Okay, thank you, Jeremy. And so the allocation board meeting is on the 19th, so it throws the schedule back. So normally the IMP committee meeting would be on the 14th. We're planning to hold it on the 7th right now, which is a Friday. Okay. As you know, we have two items on our agenda today, K-8's hybrid MEFs and continuing that discussion. And Jeremy, welcome. You want to introduce yourself?
Jeremy Smith with the State Building Trades. Sorry that I'm late.
Welcome. So, and we anticipate then our second item is improvements to the PIW, which we'll take up after this first one. I anticipate that we will be taking regulations to the State Allocation Board in September related to the K-8 hybrid MEFs, unless we have some serious bumps in the road during today's discussion. And so I want to turn it over to the staff from OPSC, Valerie Castro.
Good morning. This item is a continuation of the discussion we've been having about making regulatory changes to recognize multipurpose room gymnasium hybrid facilities. At the July 2012 Implementation Committee meeting, a member of the audience recalled that under the lease purchase program, the state funded 2 square feet per pupil for food services and recommended that we add that amount to the existing square footage for which districts may receive state funding under the use of grants option for a gymnasium. In addition, the OPSC and CDE reported that they would be communicating about the square footage amounts prior to today's meeting. The OPSC reviewed the lease purchase program handbook and found that middle schools were eligible for 2 square feet per pupil for food service, and high schools were eligible for 3 square feet per pupil. In addition, the LPP allowed 0.3 square feet per pupil at both levels for electrical and mechanical needs. The CDE provided input to the OPSC on square footage amounts for components of an MPR gym hybrid. The CDE recommendation and supporting documentation is attachment D, beginning on page 13 of your meeting packet. The CDE reviewed data from the Department of Defense Education Activity, 3 recent projects built using SFP funding, and had discussions with districts and architects. After analyzing all of the data, the OPSC prepared a recommendation that is based on the square footage allowed for a gymnasium under current SFP regulations and adds the LPP square footage for food service and mechanical electrical space. Using these numbers, we were able to calculate square footage amounts per pupil and minimum and maximum amounts eligible for use of grant funding for a hybrid facility. The CDE's recommendation is within the minimum and maximum square footage range in the proposed regulations. In addition, each of the 3 school sites that the CDE used for reference had per pupil square footage amounts lower than the proposed regulations. If you'll turn to attachment B, pages 10 and 11 of your packet, you can see the proposed regulations with the new content underlined. First, we propose to add a definition to section 1859.2 with a caveat that it pertains specifically to use of grants regulations. We would add the multipurpose room gymnasium hybrid to the list of facilities eligible for a use of grants. We would add section 1859.77.3A7, detailing the process to determine the maximum pupil grants that may be requested for a use of grants to construct an MPR gym hybrid. And finally, we would revise section A6A to direct readers to the new section if applicable. Also included as attachment C in your packet on page 12 is a chart to illustrate the proposed square footage amounts for the MPR gym hybrid in the context of existing facilities under the use of grants option. I want to point out that this chart is included only as an aid. It is not identical to the chart in our existing regulations section 1859.82 for facility hardship. We've only included excerpts for those types of facilities that are eligible under use of grants for K-12 schools. We're not proposing to change the facility hardship chart.
Well, can I ask you a question about that? Because you started out in the definitions saying essentially the same thing, that the hybrid facility would only be relevant related to use of grants application. But so if there's why wouldn't it be a relevant definition in other areas? So if there was a facility hardship application, maybe I'm not understanding, if there was a facility hardship application, you couldn't rebuild a hybrid facility? If there was a
We
damage?
didn't address any of the other programs, only the use of grants option.
If you have a rebuild, if it's a rehabilitation or a replacement, it's based on the facilities. The funding for it is based on the facilities that were pre-existing.
So you could have a hybrid gym multipurpose building, and OPSC would recognize that and fund it under a facility hardship rebuild?
A replacement facility hardship project is based on either enrollment that's going to be served there or the capacity of the classrooms being built back So they could build what they want with those grants, like with a new school project. If it's a rehab, it would be square footage based replacement or rehab.
So you could build back the square footage that you had that was a hybrid gym MPR?
Hypothetically, I think so, yeah.
Okay.
That's it.
Yeah, go ahead.
What happened to the 60% requirement? Is that still in place? As I recall, that was one of the issues, initial issues that caused the problem that brought this whole thing about.
We did not address the 60% issue in these proposed regulations because it wasn't within the context of our initial directive from the board. But that is a comment that we have recorded, and I believe there is a plan to bring that to the board's attention.
Part of the issue was when we would run that test, which is part of the regs here, we didn't know what to compare the district's facilities to. So when we would run it, only an MPR or only a gym, the 60%, the entire calculation wouldn't work. We didn't have anything, the regs didn't facilitate that. So by adding this other category, we could now run the test, and the district definitely would qualify.
But that 60% is of the minimum, correct?
It would depend on for that particular district, yes. It depends on the enrollment and the number of classrooms. So there's about 15 steps in the calculation, but you take the school capacity,
okay,
and then compare it to. So sometimes you're going to hit the minimum. Other times you would just take the per pupil square footage amount. It would depend.
Right. I was going to say that I think the 60% is not a good test. It should be you have to meet at least the minimum recommendations in the MEFs. That's what they are, MEFs. Right?
Yeah, it is. Yes, sir.
Yeah, we've noted that. Well, thank you.
Yes.
This is really just, I think, semantics here. Or right on top of attachment C, or right underneath there, it just says the following chart, blah, 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 K-12 school sites only. So is there a reason why?
That's part of the
Generic.
facility hardship regulation.
So I'm trying to think of what wouldn't be a K-12 school site.
There's a different, there's
Adult
alternative
ed,
education
yeah,
schools.
special ed. Well, the special ed is still considered a K-12. So it'd be adult.
The use of grant regulation basically says use these amounts unless it's an alternative education,
Okay.
and then it points to something else. So it wouldn't. The intent isn't to exclude SDC facilities.
Continuation high schools, would that be considered, that's still K-12?
Yeah, I think it would be.
Okay.
But it defines that. It has different. It has a different chart that it refers to if it's alt ed.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, yes.
On attachment C, a couple things. I'm a little confused about that where a school district would see this chart if it's a guide. I mean, where does it appear? And then sort of the confusion of, well, this isn't facility hardship, this is only for use of grants, so which one? I don't know. It's a little confusing for me. The second sentence also, we talked about this last time, but it still is the same. I don't think there was a change on it. It talks about square footage provided after accounting for all usable facilities on site shall not exceed the following. And then we talked about that's not what your intent was. It's a funding thing, not square footage, but the sentence still says the same.
Yes, and that sentence is actually in the facilities hardship regulations, which we're not proposing to change today.
It's just very confusing. If this is under use of grants, then I'm not sure why. Then why is it?
It's not actually under use of grants. It's under the facilities hardship regulation, but the use of grants regulation directs the reader to refer to the square footages in this chart.
Okay, so I'm still confused about if it says shall not exceed the following. we talked about that it wasn't a square footage thing, it was a grant, it was a money thing, it's a funding thing. But I still think that sentence will confuse school districts because it says you can't go beyond the square footage. So they say, oh, well, so we can't go beyond 5,000 square foot for a middle school multipurpose room. I mean, I thought we talked about last time that, no, that was okay, school districts could design what they wanted, but then that sentence is still there. So I think it's just that sentence is a little confusing because it talks about square footage.
For the use of grants option, the facility hardship option, or if they're just designing a new school, I'm just wondering, in which scenario do you think the confusion would arise?
All of it.
If you're designing a new school, you wouldn't even look at the chart. It's completely irrelevant. You would just take your pupil grants, site development, all of that. It's 1859.82, way in the back, so to speak. So you wouldn't even look at that for a new school site. If it's a facility hardship, it depends on the circumstances, and you have to put it within context of the entire reg. Because we thought about whether it was, whether maybe perhaps that should be amended as well. But we also talked to the facility hardship team, and typically what happens is when a district submits something, their conceptual approval, just to see if they even qualify at all for any type of eligibility, because they're not using pupil grants. The team walks them through, and they've said that it's never been a problem, that everyone's been clear on exactly how to apply that table.
That doesn't get to the people who wouldn't take it that far. I mean, they're reading through the regs and they see this clause and that they say, oh, I can't qualify, so I'm not going to. I agree. I think I don't see that there's any circumstance where that shall not exceed does apply, and why can't we change that? Because even under facility hardship, the district can add more square footage to a project with their own money than what they qualify for on the state, correct?
That's correct.
So is there any circumstance where this shall not exceed does apply? I can't think of one.
Funding, yeah.
It only applies to the funding. That's what shall not exceed.
It only applies
To the funding.
Well, so what
Yeah.
I'm suggesting that that sentence be changed to say something like state funding portion for the square footage provided shall not exceed. Something that says it's funding, not square footage.
Go back and I will double check the reg, but the reg is talking about the state funding. It's talking about how to determine the grant amounts. So you're right, there could be some confusion. I'll take a look at it again with that in mind.
So
Okay.
can I make sure, Valerie, were you done with your introduction?
Yes,
I didn't mean to interrupt you, and get everybody going. So, did you want to explain any of the, Mr. Yeager? Did you want to comment
Just
at all?
on that last discussion, and I wasn't here last time, but my thought was that there would be a separate table and not referencing back to a different
Within
piece.
the use of grants
Right, just to make it
regulation?
very clear and not reference something intended to do something else. And that may make the verbiage a lot easier to develop, saying,
The proposed regulatory changes are attachment B, which is page 11. And that says the maximum excess pupil amount being requested for a multipurpose gymnasium hybrid is calculated by the follow, and then it refers back to the basic calculation. So the chart was intended to show in the table format what the narrative shows, because I'm a visual person, so it was easier for me to track. And then we showed attachment C by comparing the existing square footages in part to try to show.
okay, so it doesn't reference the hardship table.
No, the new language would say if it's a hybrid, it would be self-contained for the hybrid.
As
So-
well as for any of the other use of grant things.
Any of the other
Standalone library, standalone whatever.
Any of the others, we kept the existing regulations. We just said if it's a hybrid, use these other rules.
I think that's where that, yeah, so that's where that confusion could come in.
So help me out. Are you saying that the regulatory changes in attachment B don't actually reference the table?
The new changes, or the changes that we're making, the new language, don't, for the new changes are for the hybrid facility. The
Right.
hybrid facility calculations do not refer to the table. Excuse me. The regulations currently do refer to the table for the other facilities, and we haven't touched that. So basically what you do is say if, the way it reads now is to determine square footage amounts for the NPR, gym, and the library, refer to the table. If it's a hybrid, use these new square footage amounts.
So attachment C, you're not proposing, essentially attachment C is not going to be part of the change?
No, it was
This is
put in
just
for.
to illustrate?
Exactly. So you could visually
Okay, 'cause,
see.
I mean, it's got underlined
comparison.
language in it and everything. I just want, I'm not, it's a little confusing.
I'm
Okay.
sorry.
That's okay. I mean, that's, okay, so, so this, so everything that's contained in those boxes is also in the language on page 11 of 53? Is that what you're telling me?
Page 11 of 53 shows how to calculate the square footage amounts for a hybrid facility under use of grants.
So it uses the 15.2, the maximum of 848. Okay, and the table was just there to provide clarity, and so we should stop focusing on the table? Is that what? All right, I got it. So can we have everybody focus? So we're... Well, actually, I wanted to comment that I thought it was interesting if you look back in the different schools that are provided in the back of the item, including at the very end, there are several projects. There are 3 different projects, right, that are Cuesta New K-8 School, and that's, I don't have a page number on that, and then there's another one. There are 3 different schools that are new schools, is that right? So, that OPSC has funded, that include K-8, or that include hybrid gym multipurpose buildings. Now, some of them may be high schools, but I think part of the, so it sounds like these are not use of grants necessarily, right?
We didn't, I don't know if these were all funded yet. I don't know
Okay.
at what stage that they're at. The school name can change. It wasn't entirely obvious just by looking at the eligibility program. But when building a new school, they would not use the use of grants option that
That's
we're
correct.
proposing.
Okay.
It would be
But
something completely different.
I was focusing on it more to say that it, we had a discussion early on about how common was this. It sounds like this kind of facility, this kind of hybrid facility may be fairly common in many cases, probably for districts, one would assume, who are trying to save money and not having to build, separate facilities for a gym and a multipurpose building.
Those that are moving to the K-8 model.
Yeah, especially the K-8 model, right. The Cuesta New School K-8 that's in the back, that's a really good example.
That was funded. It was funded.
It was funded? Okay. All right. So going back to attachment B, the reg section, so is the pleasure of the committee, is everybody clear now what we have?
Just one more question.
Sure.
Colombo. The use of the table, and I think we talked about it 2 weeks ago or before, that where Brian was saying it's not used in new construction or anything else, is that still being referenced in letters, saying your gym is bigger than the MEF?
As part of our plan verification review, we do point out the square footages that are in the plans, and if they are greater than what they would qualify for, what's eligible in our regulations, there's a blurb we put in a letter cautioning the district that it's,
Right, okay,
it's
so-
bigger than what's eligible. That's all
So
it
they
really
are
is saying.
used. Well, no, it's bigger than minimum, which would be almost,
That's for
circular.
new construction projects too?
Well,
You say
because
that
the
it's
chart
bigger than
refers to
the,
minimum essential, and if it's bigger than a minimum, it can't be less because that's minimum, so you can't be bigger, you can't be less. I mean,
I thought it was eligible square footage, not minimum.
Well,
I'll have to double check on
but
that,
it
but I'm
referred
pretty
back to
sure.
the table that said MEF.
Yes.
And it also, I mean,
in new construction, there's no eligible square footage for a gymnasium. It's all square footage for the project.
It's a reference to if you were to go into the use of grants calculation with the number of pupils, the capacity of the project, what they would be eligible for to build. if you ran that calculation. It's just a,
Again, that's minimum essential facilities. That's not good practice. It's minimum.
we're just, okay. I think we talked about this with Bruce a few times ago. It's an informational blurb. It doesn't affect the project in any way. From our point of view, it doesn't affect the funding. We're just pointing out that it's the size of the facility.
We're taking another tangent on an item this really isn't part of that item, but since it's being brought up, I will say I've had to explain in the past on just a standard new construction application, that blurb to folks, and to Dennis's point, I've had to say, if you read it closely and the program, it says that's actually a minimum. So yeah, we're exceeding the minimum on this project, and how can we afford that, or how are we paying for that? And then you get into a whole nother conversation. So it doesn't necessarily pertain to a new construction app whatsoever, but I'll just throw that out there.
So let's go back to attachment B, because I think we want to, I do think that what we have addressed here is, even if it's fairly limited based on some of the conversation that is going off, we have addressed the fundamental issue that we are now recognizing hybrid facilities within the regulations. Am I correct? And so that they, how they're in there, at least I think it's a good step, and it deals with the issue that was raised in the appeal that the board asked us to deal with, and I think it's probably a good step based upon where the schools are going throughout California. So in attachment B, does anyone on the committee have comments on the specific proposed language or that we need to adjust in any way? Yes, sir.
Would the school district that filed the appeal be able to not have an appeal with these regulations, with the new regulations?
That's my belief.
They would have passed the 60% threshold, or they would have been under it.
They would have passed muster, so they would have been at 59, right? No, I'm just kidding. Okay. Yes. And the consultant for the school district is actually here in the audience. I don't see, he must have gone outside, but he could probably speak to that too. Okay, so, yes, sir.
Can I just, maybe a clarification, and I apologize if I missed it. As I look at the regs, the proposed amendments, trying to think of the best way to ask this or point this out, rather than include, I guess you got to go to the table first, rather than just make the hybrid multi-purpose room gymnasium a piece of the existing table, it's drawn out as a separate table altogether with a separate reg section. So I'm trying to figure out why. What? Did I miss the joke, or is it?
No, you missed. Okay. I guess we want to clarify this.
That's the problem when school starts next Thursday and there's a lot of projects and I bring this. I apologize.
Yes. No. But so my understanding is that the attachment C table is not a part of the proposed regulatory change. Is that correct?
That is correct.
It's an illustration to assist in clarifying.
I promise, you will never see this from me again.
Well, it's an
but the formula above for all other MEF projects is already in place. So I'm just, rather than just saying for multi-purpose room gym hybrids, it says to refer to an entirely different section as opposed to just, I'm trying to figure out the rationale as to why it was pulled out separately instead of just buried.
Are you trying to say you'd like to see it in there? So, because we already used that table for determining.
Yeah.
So just
makes
keep it
life
consistent.
simpler, and it doesn't
as
create a
opposed to-
whole nother.
yeah.
I'm trying, but Eric, if there was some thought as to why, I'm just trying to figure out.
The table's used also for facility hardship applications, and we weren't directed to adjust those amounts. We were directed to address use of grants requests for hybrid facilities. So that's why we kept it separate, so that it wouldn't affect the facility hardship regulations.
So is the chart used in use of grant calculations?
For the other types of facilities, yes.
So why wouldn't it be used for these kinds of facilities?
If we look on page 11, if we look at, I think A, the first A there under the 6, this is part of the calculation. There's about, like I said, 8 or 10 steps for the use of grant calculation. And Valerie spent a lot, she's very patient. She finally got me to understand it. Multiply the current seabeds for the site plus the net school building capacity for the proposed project by the square footage for the type of facility being requested pursuant to section 1859.82B. That's the chart. So it doesn't refer to...
So 1859.82B is the chart?
There's that, yes. The chart is part of B. So it just says look over at B, only look at the chart, don't look at the other regulations surrounding it, just look at the chart, run the calculation, except for alt-ed schools, and here's our, or multi-purpose gymnasium hybrid facilities.
And that's where I was just thinking,
Yeah.
if we amended the chart to include multipurpose room gym hybrid facilities, then you're done.
1859.82B would, is used for, as you know,
Brian
a
mentioned.
completely different purpose. And the board told us to fix use of grants for hybrid facilities.
Well,
So
it's
we're-
used for
Yeah, but
both
hold on, if
purposes.
it's used
But
for
it's dual
both,
purpose.
then what?
Yeah.
Why would we not be doing the chart revision too? It seems like it would make things clearer.
So it seems like you're trying to avoid and I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth, avoid the opportunity for a district to get a gym multipurpose room hybrid under the facility hardship provisions.
I couldn't.
Because we weren't directed to look into that as an opportunity.
Well, and also, I spoke a little bit earlier about it, is when you have a facility hardship project, if it's a total school replacement, it's typically based on pupil grants, in which case you're not using the chart. You're just building with the pupil grants, whatever you want, like a new school. And if it's a replacement facility hardship, or if it's a rehab, I should say, not a replacement, a rehab, it's based on the buildings that you're rehabbing, the square footage that you're rehabbing, and you're doing like-for-like replacement in that case.
Well, and so I guess if I go back to what the reason that you're stating, and I mean, I have a lot of respect for, Brian, for you guys in terms of your knowledge of the regulations and how they're structured. But if you're saying to me that you're not revising the table because it's used for facility hardship, but then you're also saying the table is used for use of grants, it doesn't make logical sense to me why you wouldn't revise the table, because it serves both purposes, and our direction was to related to the use of grant issue, and that would take care of it. So I'm not quite sure why we're not doing that.
The completely updating the table would impact the facility hardship program. Exactly how, I don't know. We'd have to, sit down with the facility hardship team, rerun all of the calculations the way they look at it. And as Brian was saying, if it's a complete school replacement, you wouldn't use this chart anyway, so a hybrid would still qualify. But, we were directed to amend the use of grant program and calculations, and so that's what we were doing. If we amended the other table, we would be doing two things when we were directed to do one. So that was the thought process behind it.
Well, and I
I'm sorry, Bill. Couldn't we just go back to the facility hardship section and say where it references the table, this applies to the table with the exception of? I don't know. I'm thinking of amending the table by adding that section and then a one-sentence blurb in the facility hardship section, and you're done.
I think there's a couple ways to go about it. Yeah, I think the end result might end up being the same. The idea of what we're doing, I'm hoping that that's clear versus the method that we got there. If everybody thinks we were trying to make it the most clear as possible, and it seems like maybe that wasn't what we accomplished. That's our goal, is to make it as clear as possible and keep them separate. And I think that's the reason why we did it the way we did.
Well, it's, what's interesting to me is that in the proposed regulatory amendment on page 11, we go through all of the calculations and reference the number of square feet per pupil and the minimum square feet and the maximum only for the hybrid facilities and not for any others. And so we really, and because all the others are done through the table, right? So it's a little bit tortuous to me, but anyway, the table seems like it's a clearer and simpler way to do it. I can appreciate you don't want to have redundancy. That part I can get. You know, in other words, that you'd have some amount done here and some amount done in the table. But in this case, you're creating almost an exception in the regulation by calculating everything right inside the text that for all the other ones are referred you under 1859.82b over to, the table. So, I mean, from a kind of, clarity standpoint, then you're ending up with somehow, are these facilities somehow really different? I don't know. Anyway, that's.
Okay, it sounds like we're hearing that everybody
Okay. Thank you. All right. Are we done? Yes, sir, Mr. Yeager.
In the interest of clarity, attachment D was the efforts that Mary, Dennis, and some others helped us out on. So wanted to make sure that we had this here so in 10 years we aren't as confused when we're revisiting this to show the functions were sort of drew these lines around so that we know what we would expect to happen in a hybrid facility. So just for the record and historical.
So are you talking about the page that starts at the top, underlined CDE recommendation?
Yes. And that's the background information that went with that, so we can.
Can you explain, Valerie, a little bit, when you did some of the calculations to kind of vet the different input that you got, where did you come up with in relation to, what did you come up with in terms of the CDE one, the Department of Defense one, the LPP? Just kind of walk us through some of the things that the staff did to look at the different elements of the minimum essential facility for K-8 hybrids. Do you understand what I mean?
I think so.
Okay, good.
One of the things we were looking at were the existing regulations for the types of facilities that are already eligible under use of grants, because we wanted to have consistency so that we didn't have elements of a gymnasium for a hybrid facility that were not in a gymnasium standalone. So one of the things that we see in attachment D are larger floor space for the gymnasium floor, and I believe that's to accommodate bleachers. That's an area of space that is not included, it does not appear to me to be included in the standalone gym. So that's something that we didn't factor into the hybrid. We were looking at the multi-purpose rooms, the different components that were available, and the space recommendations that CDE came up with and that we see in the Department of Defense. And can you help me out? I'm having a hard time articulating what I'm thinking.
So it was brought out last month that that chart, the infamous chart, was based on the LPP numbers. So we went back, and the old LPP chart didn't have a total for NPR. It had different components that could go into an NPR or a gym and some of these other things. And so then when OPSC would get the plans, you would compare to what components were part of that. Under SFP, some of these things were lumped together. And so what we did was we looked at, okay, so for a gym, if it was a hybrid, what else would a gym have? It would also have food service or kitchen. That's would be part of what allows CDE to make the determination that it is food service. So we added that square footage amount in there. Some of the other things were related to, for an MPR, most likely be part of the gym anyways, but there was the multi-purpose mechanical / electrical, a small add-on, 0.3 square foot that you probably wouldn't naturally have in a gym, because with a multi-purpose room, you might have other functions going on there where you need a little more space for storage. So we took those two categories together, added them on to the per square foot pupil amount, and that's where we come up with the 15.2, or for high school, 18.6. And so we looked at that and said, okay, that's fine for the square footage amount, but what about the max and the mins? You know, what do we do there? So we took, how do we come up with that? On page 6, for the middle school, we took the minimum and divided that by the current gym minimum, divided it by 12.9, and said, okay, 12.9, that would service about 530 students. So then we took 530, multiplied it by our new per square foot amount of 15.2, and came up with 8,056. So we've increased a gym, in order to make it a hybrid, from 6,828 to 8,056. So again, we put the per square foot allowances under the LPP, added them onto a gym, then prorated that out for the max and the mins for the middle school and the high school. That was our method.
When you did this, you looked at this from a couple of different, or 2 or 3 different lenses, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did you find significant differences between the different ways that you looked at it? The CDE, the LPP, were they roughly in the same neighborhood? Let me.
Well, one of the challenges that we ran into is that because CDE has a different way of looking at developing a school design.
Yes.
They're looking at components where we're looking at square feet that we can fund. And so we didn't get minimums and maximums for the space. So
You
what
just
we were
got
looking for was
a square foot amount, right? Is that right, Fred?
Well, yeah, and which a lot of the reason why we laid out what it's supposed to do, because, as you described, you went back to the LPP, but it still didn't say what was supposed to happen in there. It's just, those were the words Dave Zien dreamed up in his earlier days. So that was to put in that here's what is happening, so that we know what, the basketball courts have typically stayed the same over the past eon. So, I think that was the main driver. But it is looking at a programmatic, meeting a program need versus a, strictly square footage calculation.
Sure.
And realizing that these can change if you're doing joint use, where you need a separate community kitchen, other storage. It could be smaller if you have public toilets already near an existing building. So,
Well, let me ask my question in a different way. Let me ask the California Department of Education. Do the square footages, the minimums, the maximums, and the amounts that are shown here in the table, or which is just for appropriate?
we've seen meets the program needs. How many kids do you need to get? What's 8,056 divided by 15.2? It's about 700 or something?
530.
530?
I mean, I just want to make sure that we have CDE's concurrence, I guess, that these are appropriate. Because it sounds like the staff went at this from about 3 different directions. I heard LPP, DOD, and CDE. This is a real acronym game. But anyway.
Yes, this is where the Venn diagram overlaps.
Yeah, and so I just want to make sure that you guys are okay with this, because we're planning on going forward with this, and I want to make sure it meets the needs of the districts.
I think a lot of it is that other discussion is to make sure we aren't limiting, so that school of 500 kids wants to build a 10,000 square foot hybrid, that it's very clear that they can.
They can.
It can.
They can if they bring their own
State
money.
will fund at
Right.
8,000. and-
Gotcha.
Right. So-
Right. Okay, that's, thank you. That's really what I wanted to clarify. So, any comments from the public? Ken, do you want to? Yeah. They backed into them. If you look back on page 6. Mm-hmm. No, altogether. That's what I was trying to get to.
Is this on? Okay.
Yes, sir. Why don't you introduce yourself, too?
Ken Reynolds with Schoolworks, and I actually worked with Sequoia District that filed the appeal. The new information, I think, does accomplish a lot in helping districts like Sequoia to accomplish their project. There is still, I think, one issue, and it's been brought up, the 60% rule. And, you know, I went through and had to reread the regs because with all the different sections, you know, it can get easy to confuse one section of the regs with another. And I think that's one of the reasons that, in fact, we had that table was so that if the numbers change, then the different section of regs that use that type of information would also change and be consistent. But anyway, the issue with the 60% that I see is the reason that's in there is if you only have half of the facility you're supposed to have, and I won't call it minimum or eligible or whatever word you want to use, but if we're only at 50% of the table, then we can come in under this program, use your grants to build your adequate facility or minimum facility. If you have 60% or 70%, let's say, but you're still short of what you should have, you have no options to use your grants to build these facilities. And so I wasn't sure if perhaps there's a way of, when we talk about the 60% issue, if you're less than 60%, there's no problem. If you're over 60% but still short of the 100%, perhaps there should be a way to provide an addition. So the way the regs currently work is if you do have less than 60%, you're entitled to use the entire formula to build that facility. They're not deducting what you already have existing. And so if you're over the 60%, say, well, you have a 5,000 square foot building, but you're entitled to a 6,000 square foot building, the 1,000, that's only going to be, you know, a handful of grants, so you don't get eligibility for a full size building, but at least you have enough to add to your existing building. So that would be my only recommendation in addition to the work that's already been accomplished.
Just a sec. Okay, go ahead, Brian.
Thank you, Ken. And yeah, we did remember you bringing that up last time too, and we took a look at that. We just feel like because it's affecting other facilities other than the hybrids, it's a broader policy issue at this time. But that is going to be noted, as Valerie, I think, talked about in her presentation in our board item. So we're going to bring it to the board's attention. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Dennis?
But I think, building on what Ken said, I mean, by definition, the charts are minimum essential facilities. And so you have to be less than 60% of minimum in order to qualify for these programs. And that doesn't make any sense to me. It's like if you're not at minimum, you should qualify for the program.
The term minimum essential facilities actually refers to the type of facility that at a minimum a school site should contain these types of ancillary facilities.
Now it also refers to the size.
It does refer to what the state will fund, but
That's a term. It's actually not in the reg section there. That's just what we refer to them. It's been, you know, referred to, that chart has been referred to the MEF chart. It's actually, if you look at the regulations, the use of grants and the facility hardship, the term isn't in either one of those regulations.
That's what those charts were based on. Back when they were originally formulated, they were based on minimum essential facilities from Department of Ed.
Mm-hmm. But currently, the regulations don't use the term when referring to those two charts. So, well, we just said that the chart is defining minimum essential, and the chart is used for, again, a funding purpose, a funding formula, and that's the purpose of it. To go, you know, to look at, as Brian mentioned, to look at changing all of that would be a broader policy issue that we believe is beyond the scope of OPSC for this assignment.
Yeah, and I think you're right. So, but as long as we have a commitment that at least will be brought to the board's attention in the item, we can raise it and bring that issue up. I mean, I think Ken makes a good point, and so good follow-up. Yes, sir.
Ron Perrin, WLC Architects. I think I'm more in the fog frequency and friction part here. What happens if, and I know this may be an unusual case, what happens if I'm converting a school and I'm adding on to an existing facility? Isn't the use of grants just for new construction? What happens if it's a modernization? How do I classify that? Isn't there a conflict here?
So you're converting to K-8?
Yeah, no, yeah, a K-8. But I'm adding on, and I realize it may be just a situation, but suppose I'm adding on. It's not a new facility. I'm adding on to a facility, or maybe I'm modifying it somehow.
Well, I think that's exactly what Sequoia's case was, and I think these regs would address that issue. As long as you had eligibility and could use your grants.
But okay. Is it considered new construction?
New.
It is considered new construction, so use of grants could be used for that, since that's considered new construction.
Yes, yes. Use of grants is for new construction grants.
Okay, so that's not, if you're, so I come in, there are certain things, let's say I have to demolish some things to add some things, this can all work out under that formula? Because under new, sometimes with use of grants, you can't get allowances for some of the stuff that you have to destroy if you're going to add on. Now, maybe I'm making this more complicated than it needs to be.
Yes, you are. But no, but
I just want to make sure.
That's where the fog, frequency, and friction comes. Do you understand what I'm saying, the architect part of this?
Sometimes you have to demolish something in order to make room to add something.
And how does all that fit in? And what's eligible and what isn't eligible, and all the rest of that?
Are you asking
when you come back in the audit?
Let me ask it in a way that maybe I can rephrase it. So are you saying if you have a small library, say like 1,000 square feet, you're going to demolish that, build back a 5,000 square foot library?
Yeah, or maybe even add on to it. Maybe the library becomes a dressing room, showers, or something. I don't know.
Okay. As long as the existing facility qualifies, as long as you're eligible to do a use of grants request, you can get, so in that instance where you're building a library, you're enlarging a library, you get the difference in the amount that was existing versus what you're going to be eligible for. So if you're eligible to build 5,000 square feet, you have 1,000 square feet existing, you'd be funded for the difference, 4,000. If you're reconfiguring a facility, so you're turning a multi-purpose room into a library, you have to replace whatever you're displacing, but you can use new construction grants to do that, to do reconfiguration.
But in the meantime, anything that we have to destroy and stuff like that, that can get worked out through this process. And
I think so. Are you asking if demolition costs are eligible? I'm not sure exactly what you're asking, but
okay. Well, I'm just saying that when you start taking things down and moving things and adjusting a site, which is what you would do with converting a site, I just want to make sure that we don't have a conflict there. Okay.
I don't think so.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, any closing comments from the committee? From the staff? Going once? So just to wrap it up, we're going to prepare the regulations for a package to take to the State Allocation Board in December. Tentatively, we're going to have a follow-up discussion regarding the famous chart, and we can do that at our debriefing next week, or at least start that process or see where that goes. And then we're going to mention, at least in the background discussion for the board, in the item, the 60% issue that's been raised by the committee. Am I understanding this correctly? I was ready for Christmas, okay? Yeah, I meant September if I said December. Yes, sir.
So you're still planning to take this to the board in September?
That's my goal.
And so I thought we had a number of questions with the infamous chart and things. I'm not sure that people are real clear on this yet. Would we have a chance to see what you're taking to the board before?
Well, not if we took it in September, no.
No. So I don't know, I'm still concerned about it.
What's it?
Is the concerns about the formatting or about the intent?
Before the board.
Okay, that's fine. So you're bringing it back to us one more time, is what you're saying?
I guess we could, yeah.
We'd have to look at we'd have to look at the timelines and see. I don't want to promise. I doesn't, not that I don't want you to see it, Lee, but
Brian's flexible though.
Yeah, but I'm very flexible. But just to make sure I understand, is a concern about the formatting of the regs and how it lays out, or is it about the content? Just so I'm clear, because if
more the format. Okay, we whatever final version we end up with, we'll.
Okay, just want to make sure I know.
We'll bring back to September.
Well, we'll at least make an effort to share it with everybody. Yeah, one way or another.
But in terms of the substance and the numbers and the formula, I mean, we're all good with that, right?
Right, and these numbers and the substance of the chart, the infamous chart, are contained in the regulations on the previous page. So I think we're covered in terms of where we are. But I think everyone's comments related to the chart are well taken. But okay, thank you, staff. We're going to take a 5-minute break. Let's go ahead and get started on the second half. Do the wave. Okay. I want to welcome to the podium Dave Zien from the Office of Public School Construction. Dave, do you want to say hi to your fans?
Good morning, everybody.
Thank you. It's really great to have Dave here. He has probably more experience than all of us combined in doing school facilities in California, and he's still young. Yeah. So it's excellent to have you here, Dave, for the discussion of the PIW. So we're going to go into a further discussion of project information worksheet and adapting the project information worksheet for modernization. And it is my anticipation that eventually when we come up with an approach that we're all comfortable with, that we will go back and before we take the full package back to the board, we will spend some time doing cleanup on the remaining areas of the PIW, including the high performance page. That there are some areas in the existing PIW that still need some revisions to have them be effective and streamlined per the original board direction. But today, Brian Odell from the Office of Public School Construction is here to walk us through the item with some conceptual framework for adding modernization to the PIW. Brian?
Good morning. Just as a way of review, staff was directed to streamline the PIW and to look into expanding and using it for other programs. We discussed it at the implementation committee and looked at a lot of the project scope questions and didn't really see a connection, because they were designed for new construction, didn't really see how they would be applicable for modernization. So what we've done is looked at different types of modernization scopes and tried to come up as clear as we can, questions that would be applicable to that. These are put forth for discussion purposes, and we definitely want feedback to improve them. We know we haven't captured everything, but that's why we're here. So if we turn to page 44, we look at attachment C. We thought about, just to explain our thought process, and by the way, when this item was posted online, the flowchart in attachment C and the flowchart in attachment D had some errors to it. The text didn't display, so we did fix that this morning. So that's why yes, and it has been reposted. I tried to open it up on my iPad, and I think it's still pulling from the old file, and I don't know how to tell it to stop pulling from the file it already downloaded and just pulled a new file, because it has the same file name. So I can do it on a PC, but I'm still working on it on the iPad. But we did test it out with our Windows machines before we left, and the hard copy that was handed out was printed from the online version. So we are fine there, and I do apologize for that. It was a conversion problem. So we looked at if we look at attachment C, this is sort of very high level type of work-based approach. So our vision is section 1, we would have the general project questions where you capture school type, pupils served, et cetera. Chart for buildings modernized, allow school districts to submit that. Indicate the type of project. Is it like-kind replacement only, like-kind with other modernization work, or modernization only? Because you could have all of those different types. And so if the district indicated that it was like-kind replacement or there was any kind of like-kind, all of a sudden the questions you would ask if you're completely replacing a building would be different than if you're just upgrading some of the components. So we wanted to separate that out. Because if you're demolishing a building, this was our thought. And again, we're open to suggestions. If you're demolishing a building, building a brand new one, the questions start to become much more similar to new construction. Even if you're not adding square footage amounts, the approach to building it is more like square footage as far as reporting what's in the scope. So that would be Section 2, like-kind replacement. What was the reason for the replacement? Was it the building was just so old, it was just, it made more sense to completely replace it? Were there educational needs that the district was trying to meet that it made more sense to move the building somewhere else? Those types of questions. Also the square footage amount, whether they're classrooms, MPR, or hybrid. See, we'll be able to capture that. And then if there was any like-kind replacement with other modernization work, so you're only doing just HVAC along with some painting and some other components to some of the other buildings, then there would be a different screen that districts would fill out where they would indicate that they're doing seismic upgrades and then list the number of buildings in the chart to which the work was done. And then it would drop down to, okay, for the seismic upgrades, which buildings? For roofing, which buildings, and HVAC, which buildings? So that's sort of the thought process. And then look at attachment C. That's sort of a mock layout of how that would work.
Well, maybe you should go to attachment D to, I mean, are you okay with that, of doing the two concepts first before we get into the detail? Sure. Or I'm not trying to screw you up. So if,
attachment D, that would be fine, sure.
Page 49 of 53. So the first section you just looked at on attachment C is doing the input based upon the type of work. And the concept behind attachment D is?
Based on the buildings, the number of buildings. So section 1 would be identical. Section 2, like-kind replacement, identical to what we just talked about. But section 3, okay, rather than indicating whether you did HVAC on which buildings, seismic on which buildings, you would say which buildings did you touch and what work was done on those buildings. So it may be very similar information, may be identical. It would depend on the actual questions that we come up with, but it would be a different way of reporting it online.
So can we just stop right there and talk about the two concepts? Because when I thought about it based upon, so when I thought about attachment C, the essentially the scope-based or type of work-based approach, I thought that if I had a modernization project that did a certain type of work, like doors and hardware, over 7 buildings, that might be a really easy way to report that. But if I was doing a full gut of an existing building, one building, it might be easier to report that, or more appropriate to report it using attachment D's concept of a building-based reporting system. So I'd like to have the committee comment on these two approaches, and just so we can get some background in terms of what people think.
Question.
I think Fred actually beat you to
just on a semi-related topic.
We're trying to stay on task.
Well, just put some context to the piece when the subcommittee of the Senate Education hearing on Tuesday, the OPSC handout says there's 128,000 classrooms modernized at 6,300 schools. Now, 25 years ago is 1987, And there are about 7,000 schools in, which means 90% of the schools, according to this, have been modernized.
Thank you.
So is that just some context as we measure these things? Is this, how are we going to use this?
Well, and I guess we would probably have. Okay. Sure, you want to. Okay, so the point of what we're trying to accomplish is to assist all of us that build school facilities in California, whether it's the state of California or school districts or both, all together, with understanding where it is the money for modernization goes, what the work is, what work is done, how much did that work cost, and in general terms, what was accomplished with that, with the funds that we've all expended together, school districts and the state together. So this would, I think, from a basic standpoint, this might speak to the issue that Fred raised, which would be, if I took his comments and tried to raise it to another level, it would be that we probably don't have a lot of accurate information about the work that's accomplished on school facilities in California. We don't have a lot of data. And so I think what we're trying to come up with is an easy way for districts to provide the information that the state doesn't have. And as an aside, we're in this process, what we've said from the beginning is wherever the state already has the data or the information on the PI, that's being requested in the PIW or a part of the PIW, that would be auto-populated or brought over where it's appropriate. But what the state doesn't have now is the state doesn't have the total project cost for modernization and doesn't have an understanding of the work in terms of what work was completed on which buildings and what, in general terms, not in highly detailed terms, what the scope of work was accomplished. And I think the reason that we're trying to gather the data is so that we can have a better understanding of the need for modernization and the condition of our facilities in the state of California. And, okay, I'm ready now. Next. Mr. Bakke?
We're just going to work our way around.
Mr. Bakke.
Thank you. Just a couple. First, a question. Where do I begin? Who would actually fill this out? On what project? Is it projects that are just now coming in to submit a mod application? Or is it all projects that are going through the audit process under mod? Who's filling this out? Because I'm trying to get a sense of what information you'd actually achieve. And no one's filling this out. I'm just saying going forward, what's the plan?
Well, so
who would actually be filling this out?
Who would be filling this out? So are you saying, so let's say that we came up with a PIW for modernization that everybody at this table was happy with. Hold on.
I'm not saying that at all.
And that we took it to the board and the board adopted it and it was part of a regulation change and the regulations went into effect.
Right.
Who would then, when the regs went into effect next year, potentially whatever, what would be the applicability? Is that what you're asking?
I'm just trying to get a sense of what our universe will look like with this data.
Well, so what was our experience with the adoption of the PIW for new construction? Might be similar to that. Can someone recall when the regs went into effect on new construction? What was it? It was any project that was submitting a 5005, right? And then it was after whatever the submission requirements were, and I think in our streamlining process on the first phase, we've ended up with 5005 and end of the game, right?
Okay. But initially it was every year.
Initially it was on with 5006. That's correct. But so it would probably, I guess, I would assume it would be both newly funded projects and projects that have already received funding that haven't yet submitted a final 5006. But I'm just going out on a limb, and I don't know. We haven't really talked about the applicability issue.
That's why I asked, because I'm trying to figure out how, if we're getting...
What the universe is?
Yeah. And depending on the size of the universe, is the information going to be collected worthwhile to do anything?
I think the universe, if I just do a quick calculation, the universe strikes me as at least $3 to $4 billion and potentially more, because we have $3 billion that's either in the pipeline or so anyway, I would say that there's a large number of projects that we might be able to collect data on.
Have we gone into it? Well, I know we haven't, but I'm going to ask the question anyways. Have we considered the situation that, when districts file their applications, they're limited to, the regs in effect at the time in which they're filed. So we're subject to those requirements. So we've already filed our applications for modernization. Many of these projects, have been sitting around waiting to be on the unfunded list. We've already have met all the requirements for funding at the time in which we submitted our applications. Is this going to hold up our funding if we don't fill out this PIW for modernization? Because we've met all the requirements of the regulations under the statute at the time in which we've met all the rules of the game. So are we changing the rules?
See, I don't have to answer that question because it fell apart. Boy. Come on, Brian, what'd you do?
Bad on the internet. Let's go.
I think a lot of this, Eric, is open for discussion. That's what we're here to talk about today. You have to start somewhere, and I don't think any reasonable person is going to argue that we need to start collecting good, discrete data. You wouldn't disagree with that, right?
Wouldn't.
Okay, so as far as applying new rules to prospective projects or where they are, I think that's something we'll discuss with the board once we get through this process today, and hopefully we'll be done today, and we'll go to the board with this very quickly. With the modernization.
I love your optimism, Dave. I love your optimism.
He's an optimist, friend.
Maybe I'm being overly optimistic there. But to answer your question, I think it's something we'll need to.
Okay.
We're really seeking input from you folks. I appreciate Bill's comments about how it could be treated, and I'm not here to say I disagree with that. I think certainly we would apply it prospectively to projects. As far as other scenarios, whether we do it midstream to projects that are, it depends a lot of times where these projects are at. Are they at final closeout, almost ready to be done? Are we going to apply it there? I think there's questions, depending on where a project is at. And I think we would have to discuss that also.
Yeah.
Long story short.
So the placeholder for us to talk about further is applicability. But I would say that as someone who's trying to take the high road here, and the largest data set that we can get is what we want, I believe, as a state and as school districts and everyone involved in school facilities. So,
no, and that's fair. I think collecting the data is important, but I guess now the next question I have is, to what end is the data going to help you frame what question? The concern I have is telling you what we've done in the past doesn't tell you what we need to do in the future. And telling you what I've accomplished doesn't tell you what still needs to be done, which is going to frame the next conversation about a bond. It's going to frame the next conversation about how the state develops its priorities. So if I tell you I built an HVAC system, just simply tells you I built an HVAC system. It doesn't tell you that I still have to do ADA. It doesn't tell you I have to deal with the envelope of the building. It doesn't tell you that I've got old 95-year-old plumbing. It doesn't tell you that I've got all this electrical. That is what you really need to be asking questions about, not actually what we've already done in the past. Because telling you what we still need to do is also going to tell you what we've already accomplished. So I just think that the manner in which we're going about this is backwards. And I think what we really need to be talking about is figuring out a way that we can get the state engaged in developing a facility condition index and an assessment for all school districts that's funded to some degree. I'm not sure. I'm just throwing this out there. But if we really want any real data about what we need to do, we need to be looking forward and not backwards. And I think what we're doing here is wasting a lot of school districts' energy and effort and limited resources, because I still can't quite understand what this information is going to help us move forward. And that's my 2 cents.
No, Eric, you and I have talked about this a lot, and I appreciate your comments. I actually agree that collecting the data about work completed is probably the third step in what would be really a 3-step process, the first step being assessment, the second step being indexing, and the third step then being reporting the work back that then goes back and informs the condition assessments going forward. I totally agree with that. This is, I think, though, the beginning of if we are, I guess if you're in a school district, and I haven't been in a school district for a while, but part of what goes on at school districts is districts are data-driven, right? And so we have a serious lack of data at the state level related to school facilities. And I don't think we want to continue to go forward and say we don't want to know what we've done. I think we do want to know. We want to know for accountability reasons, and we also want to know where that, we want to try and get our arms around is the money that the state is spending, is that enough to modernize schools? We're trying, that's really the original question that PIW was designed to ask for new construction.
I know, I agree with that. I think if anyone was in attendance or watched the Senate subcommittee hearing on school facilities and the CDE report, one of the questions that was asked by Senator Lowenthal was, the school district panel, which LAUSD was one, was, are you, conducting any facility condition index? Are you doing any assessments? Our chief of facilities, said that we don't have an answer to that question yet because we're still undertaking that. We've got a couple schools in our school district, and it's taking us some time to go through that process. But we do have an index. We have a process. We have a procedure. It's just a matter of going through and understanding it. We've got a $7 billion bond that's primarily going to be focused on modernization going forward. We're trying to go through and prioritize. In essence, what's going on in LA is really what the state should be looking at going forward in its determination of the next bonds. Whether we do it, how we frame it, and how we prioritize it like we do a budget. And I just think that, there's other school districts. I think Joe Dixon's out there. He's working on his as well if he hasn't completed it. But I just think that some school districts are already doing this. I think it would behoove the state, the Department of Finance, the Department of General Services, to reach out to those school districts who've already conducted or in the middle of, doing an assessment and talk with them. Find out what information they've learned from their process instead of having every school district through the state go through this. I just think there's ways in which we can approach the answers that you're seeking in a much different, a better way to use the resources that we already have.
Thank you. David, would you like to comment?
Yeah.
We're just having a discussion here.
Thank you, Eric, for your good comments. I want to respectfully disagree with you on the going backwards part of it, and I think some of that is application, how we do it, and I think part of the challenge will be on how to get this data in the most cost-effective, painless method. I think we share that. We don't want to create a very arduous process to get the data, but obviously, there's been a couple discussions here about the Senate hearing this week, and there are proposals out there going forward. What are we going to do? What is this program going to be? Are we going to turn the clock back? Are we going to expand modernization? There's a lot of questions like that. I respectfully submit to you, I don't think you can go forward and have a good policy perspective for the state of California if we don't have some sense, some semblance, some data, as Bill said here, good discrete data on what we've done already. And especially if you're going to, get into these modernization projects that have already been done. I don't know about the 90% figure you threw out there either, Fred. We'd have to look at that. I don't know if that's right or not. That's interesting what you said. We'll go back and look at that also. But I do think we need to start somewhere, and now's the time, especially when we're talking about a new program and how much money we need. We need to have some parameters around this. What is it we want to accomplish? What have we done already? And what do we want to do to go forward? So that's just my perspective on the thing here. Obviously, there'll be a lot of high-level policy decisions on this, and they're going to ask for data. The decision makers, I know I would ask for data. I know Bill would. You would too if you were sitting.
Yeah, don't get me wrong.
We're going to need it.
I think we do need it.
Okay.
And don't get me wrong, we need the data. I'm just suggesting that the manner in which it's being proposed is not the way in which I think we can go about getting that data. And I put out there that some school districts are already doing their assessments and already have their information about what they've accomplished and what still needs to be done. I just think that from the state provide that information. I think you can already use the information together to collect that data. That's all I'm suggesting.
Bill?
Yeah, further general comments? That's fine.
When a district applies through us for modernization, there is a review. They describe the scope of work as to floors, cabinetry, whatnot. Would that suffice? It doesn't get into, 50 lineal feet of this or that.
And,
It
and
has
I don't think that we're going down that deep either, so here it.
Right, so if the general scope is here's what was applied to CDE, here's what they said they were going to do, here's how much the state gave them, other districts, Eric and others have done the comprehensive assessment for some schools, maybe not complete, and they may find that it will cost $10 million to do what the district believes needs to be done. They're eligible for $2 million at the state, and the $2 million funded the first 20% of that work with the other 80% already done or otherwise. And, so there are the components there. It's a lot of gathering of paper and trying to get into usable format, and it's narrative, not a math equation, but you can get an understanding of what the scope of works have been.
Okay, no, that's good. And
historically,
so,
what we're seeing, and this is anecdotal from my faulty memory, a lot of modernizations are reimbursements for work done
yeah, no, that's a good
long,
point.
long ago.
Sure.
That maybe needs modernization again already. I don't know.
No, that's a good one. Paul?
Yes, if we're talking about the general concept on the two approaches, they both basically get you to the same spot. You're getting the type of work on a per building basis, and I think that's way too much detail for a historical perspective. I think it's enough, like you mentioned, to go ahead and figure the square footage and what was generally accomplished across the buildings, and also identify the buildings that were effective. I don't think you need to break it down on a per building basis, what you did in each building.
So you're saying keep it at a more high level?
Mm-hmm. Campus-wide. Modernization it's never really enough money to do the whole job anyway, so breaking it down just makes it even seem worse. We haven't gone to the worksheet yet, but there was mention about...
Don't read ahead, okay.
Well, there was mention about for future use, and I know there's one question in here, will this building require further modernization in the next 5 years, which I don't think it's necessarily the worst question, but there's no follow-up on that, and so they could use a lot of follow-up. And my third comment is on the like-kind replacement. I don't really understand why we're making this distinction between like-kind versus replacement, and it's really hard to...
Well, I don't think we're making a distinction between like-kind replacement and replacement.
Or like-kind replacement and modernization.
Well, because it's there's a couple reasons we're doing it, and one is I think that building replacements using modernization funds is a very common strategy for school districts, and it's important for us to have an understanding of that and who's doing it. And
but it's really difficult to break it down on a dollar-wise basis and have it be meaningful data.
I'm not sure we're trying to break it down on a dollar basis any greater than having the information about what was completed. In other words, you started with a building of X. You check a list comes down, and you decided to demolish it because of educational unsuitability, and it was whatever. And you check that, and you go down, and then you indicate the original square footage and the new square footage and that kind of stuff.
Well, we just had a lot of discussion about just the hybrid facilities and how difficult it is to describe, what portion is new versus what portion is existing, and how much work was done to update the existing versus create the new. And so I think in the modernization it's even more difficult, and it just becomes, when you talk about cumbersome, that's when it becomes really cumbersome for the people filling this out. Those are my three comments.
Okay, thank you. Kathy.
Data, yes. Accurate data, questionable. And the reason I'm saying that is I'm looking, I'm thinking about all my projects that I have right now that we would consider to be mod, whether they're state funded or not, and having to answer some of these questions that I see coming forth on a worksheet. Did you replace? Did you modernize your restroom facilities? And I'm going to check the box yes, but I also spent, I don't know, $1 million on concrete making my path of travel accessible. So I would want to make sure that we could define that, and that gets into some of the cumbersome thing I'm hearing about in terms of how do you separate out what that cost was from the actual building improvements. And so I like the idea of being able to gather the data to project the need, but because it's going to be reported so differently from all this, I just don't know how that's going to work in practice. I'd have to try and fill it out. But, you know,
And I
I've
think
never
we're gonna,
done like for like.
Our next meeting is going to be a beta meeting.
Yeah.
We're going to test it out. Everyone will have a handheld. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't want to get ahead of staff here.
I mean, well, it would be fun.
We will, though.
Like, yeah.
And you can see that Hannah is very excited about it.
I'm glad she's crying too. We're not the only ones.
I mean, like for like in my mind would never happen because I don't think I've ever gotten a set of plans back from DSA that has said you're perfectly good with like for like. You know, in addition, you're going to have to do 1 through 10.
Right, and
So-
that's important.
Yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree.
So just the accuracy of what we're reporting, and then if I'm going to have to now, as I bid my project out, delineate all of that stuff out so that I can report it accurately, that's a little bit more of an issue. But data, yes, accurate, hard.
Okay, no, I got it. And I'm going to go ahead and share one of my dreams with you. Yeah, no, it is. I mean, I think one of the interesting ways that if we were to have a uniform set of standards and a uniform set of reporting criteria, which we don't have in the state, and that's okay. That's not what we're about. But if we did, it would be a simple matter to have the architects. I knew I'd get some. So as an example, I mean, architects could essentially fill out all of the required information because, to be frank, they're the ones who actually have the data that we're looking for here in most cases. So you'd have every set of plans would have a uniform set of modernization reporting criteria. It would be submitted with that, and then there you go. And then the district would input the cost data later on. So that's where I'd like to see it go. I don't think we're going to get there, and we're not going to get there in this discussion. So do we have any further comments generally before I interrupted Brian and in his presentation, and I want to let him go further because I think some of what he's going to discuss, I think, will give us an opportunity to discuss some of your concerns. Hearing none, Mr. Odell, could you proceed? Either A or B, building or and go through the next steps.
So just to backtrack a little bit,
Sure.
the thought process, and you know we're here for discussion between differentiating between like kind versus just per system, is that the way you would report the data, our thought would be very different. What information you have available to you would be different if you tore down the gym and built a new one, whether it was a hybrid or not, or you had to move a classroom over to a different part of the campus. The information that you would have would be very different than if you did that and you also did some work to a wing of classrooms over here, whether they're on the same DSA plans or specs. Just the information available, the information that would be useful to anyone would be very different. So if that's, faulty reasoning, we can definitely take another look. But that's why we have both ways that can be reported. And part of what we want to do is when we start getting down into the actual questions and we start finalizing them, we want to run this by our IST folks and say, would all of these questions be compatible, or are we going to have to pick one at some point? Our hope is that the questions, as was brought out earlier, would be ultimately the same basic information, just reported in a different way, so you'd be able to combine the data sets. But we'll, again, this is for discussion purposes, we'll see just how far that can take us. We don't want 2 data sets. We would like to have one. But right now we're thinking that it would be possible to combine them into one. So that's where we're at there. So if we go back to attachment C, which is on page, let's go to page 45, please. It would be section 1, districts enter in some of this basic information that we talked about. And then on number 4, facilities modified, this would be the chart where there would be a building name or number, and districts would be able to put in whatever it wouldn't be a drop down. They would just, however the district refers to that building name or number. The idea is that it would just be consistent throughout the document. So if it's called Building A or Sequoia or Apple or whatever, because I know sometimes there are nicknames for different wings, that would be just fine, but that's going to feed into a drop down that can be used later on.
Actually, can we go back up the page just slightly? Same page, page 45 of 53. And so I just want to get some feedback from the audience. I'm sorry, from the committee, and the audience too is fine. School type, question 1, school type, is already a question on the PIW that's pretty standard. It seems like, are we in agreement? That makes sense. We need to know what type of school we're doing. Okay. Number of students served. Important to know that. Part of creating a data set from this, or part of creating an analysis of this information, would presumably be going back to the cost per student or the expenditure per student. Okay, so number of students served. Everybody okay with that? Yes.
Just on that, I think I think there will be immediate confusion because people say, is that the total school or the part modernized?
Right. Actually,
so I would just
that's
clarify
a good
that.
point. So if you're modernizing a classroom wing, then it's the students in the classrooms there. So Brian, have we thought how do we deal with that in this?
Students served in facilities modernized. Or capacity, or
Well,
whatever, yeah.
capacity is a different.
Oh, well, yeah, what is it that you're getting after, actually? That's right.
I mean, the intent of the question is to understand the amount of money spent per student. Okay, now, and I know, so, or at least I believe that that's the data point that we're interested in here, and I think we should all be interested in that, because that's how our funding is coming.
Is that, I
from the
mean,
state.
we do multiple mod projects for a single site, so how do you capture that at the same time? Do you try to pull all of them per project?
I guess per project.
And so
Because you're going to fill this out per project.
It could be done on a square footage basis. For instance, you have a total of 10,000 square feet, for example, on a campus. You're modernizing, and you have a capacity of 100 students, just round numbers. And you're modernizing 5,000 square feet of that. Therefore, it serves 50 students. Just a mathematical.
Yeah, I guess I'm just concerned if I.
Well,
yeah.
again, it would be, I mean, restrooms are higher cost per square foot, but if you still use the overall square footage ratio to the total on the campus, and then relate that back to the students, technically speaking, restrooms are serving all the students.
I guess, Dennis, I just don't know how you really use that data when one project I'm doing is low voltage wiring throughout the entire campus. And then the next one I'm doing HVAC. And the next one I'm replacing all my bathrooms. How do you determine that cost is relevant, tying it back to you really can't.
No, that's good.
I'm not sure how the correlation works there.
So can we think this one through a little bit in terms of student served? What was staff thinking we were going to get out of this, of that question?
It was, we were trying to get in the work that's being modernized, not the entire campus, but the work being modernized. And if we look down to number 4, it's the second column is type of facility. So if it was bathrooms, that would be campus-wide. So if you were going to try to extrapolate or draw a conclusion from that, you would have to take that into consideration, or you just have bad data, whether you're looking at costs or whether you're looking at anything. So there are some things when it comes down to actually compiling a report that are beyond me, because I'm not a statistician, that you would have to take into consideration before that. So that's why we say, okay, so what's the building name, what's the number, what's the type of facility, because that's very relevant, the number of classrooms in each building, the number of stories, because that's going to impact a lot of decisions, the construction type, total building square footage, the age of the building, years since the building was last modernized, and will this building require further modernization within the next 5 years?
Okay, so you skipped over question 3, but that's okay. We'll go down to the chart that you just referenced. So let's entertain comments on are these questions at the top, the group of questions at the top, are these the questions that we think are appropriate? Are there others? Are there any here that seem not to be appropriate? So I'll start with Dennis, since he hit the mic first.
Well, I think that the project type is, well, all of them are problematic, but except for maybe one. But
humor me.
Yeah, project type is problematic, I think, because I don't see that you could.
Oh, you're back on number 3. Okay, that's...
No, I thought you said the questions up above.
It's okay.
Which one are we talking about?
That's all right. All right, so...
I guess I'm confused.
Are you talking about
we were
the
on the
chart?
chart right now,
Okay.
yes. But we'll go back to number 3, okay? Anyone else with comments on the chart? Yes.
I do.
So we're on the chart.
On number 4.
Another infamous chart.
I-
Okay.
No.
Well, okay, this, actually, the first column, building name or number, is an interesting one because I think probably every school district has this issue.
Yeah, they sure do.
The architect names the building on the plans, and it does not often coincide with the actual number or name of the building that the school uses. And so it's a constant source of interest and concern and confusion because when you have a site committee, they don't know what the heck building you're talking about and all that. So I actually think if this could bring school districts into alignment, somehow we decide how are we going to name these buildings. That would be one. So I'm okay with that, just so I don't know how, it's not going to align with anything. But, okay, then the only other thing would be years since the building was last modernized. Instead of that, since that's actually going to be a moving target, would be the year it was modernized. Because then you have the year, and then you just subtract out whatever time when you're looking at the data, then that's the number of years since it was last modernized. Otherwise, this is going to be, you'd lose it after. It's changing, yeah, it's a changing number. And then define modernized. Was that modernized with state funds or modernized on your own?
I would say both, but anyway.
But then it needs to just say that.
Okay. All right, that's why we're having this discussion. So
Right.
let's.
And then the last
so-
column, I have one more question.
Okay.
One more. Will this building, like Paul says, will this building require further modernization within the next 5 years? I just don't understand why next 5 years? Why don't you just say, will this building require further modernization? Because you did limited scope. Well, but why, what's within the next 5 years? I don't get that. It's always yes.
Well, it's not always yes, depending on the type of the project.
If you did a full scope, like like we do, we bring it on our own money and pay for 90% of it, and the state pays for 10% of it, then that's true. Well, yeah, you're always going to go back in and improve technology. You're always going to go back in. So
Okay,
the answer
so-
is always yes.
Well, it isn't always yes, because first of all, it's not always yes if you did a like and kind replacement. At least, hopefully not. So.
I got a question on that.
All right. And if you do a full scope modernization for a building, you've got the building and basically rebuild it with the existing structure,
True.
then that probably, hopefully, doesn't need to be modernized again in 5 years. And we used to do a lot of those in my last
I don't get the
district.
5 years.
Can I
What's
just-
the
And
5
yeah,
years
good
have to
question.
do with
What's
anything?
the point? Why 5 years? That's an interesting question.
We picked it as a starting point. We first had the question, will this building require further modernization? We thought, well, the answer is always going to be yes, because at some point you're going to have to. Part of the genesis of the question was the recognition of the fact that you don't modernize a building all in one shot. Sometimes it's done in phases. So we appreciate that. So the idea is, what we're hoping is to be able to capture projects or buildings that are, it's only phase 2. We got 3 more phases to go. So, don't consider this building 100% modernized when that's not where the school's at. It knows it doesn't intend to be. That's not the nature of the project. So where is the building at? Now, we picked 5 years as a starting point just because I guess I thought of the DM 5-year plan. Is there a better number? I don't know.
Deferred maintenance,
Again, it's just, the deferred maintenance, 5 year. Is there a better number? I
What's
don't know.
deferred maintenance?
Bill, I just don't get the question. Even we expended tons of our own money to supplement the state money And we still didn't get everything done that we wanted. You'll never get everything done that you want. So the question will always be yes. I just
Well,
don't.
I will.
Unless
I
it's
don't
a
think
replacement.
I don't think the question is always, the answer is always yes. I think you may be correct that in a very large number of the projects that would report, the answer would be yes. I agree. So then it raises the question. So it raises the question, if the answers are most of the time the answer is going to be yes, is it really important to gather this data? So I'm trying to, okay.
To me, I think that what you're, and I'll stop talking. I think that, aren't you trying to get to, does the state money, I mean, we all know the answer to it, but I guess you're trying to gather the data to it. Does the state money pay for modernization, pay enough for modernization? No. We all supplement our own money beyond our match, if we can, to get it to some level of whatever we decide is equity in our district or some certain standard that we're going to get to, and every district decides that. So isn't that what you're trying to get to? And I'm not sure that this question gets.
Well, let's keep focusing on this question for a second, you guys, and I'll get you in a second. Let's say we didn't ask this question or didn't have this question here. I'm guessing that you would want us to put it in, because then you would say, I'm a simple guy. You would probably say, well, wait, you're not asking if we need to modernize this again. You're thinking that this modernization's enough. Hold on. Paul had his hand up. He's waiting patiently.
Okay. In my world, we'd be doing this on a per campus basis, and the question wouldn't be, will this building require further modernization? Because that's always the case. It would be, what further modification would be required? And then, I would put a date like, within the next 5 years or 10 years, because after 30 years, of course, it's going to need it all done again. But if you put the dates in there over 5 or 10 years, and then you also want to know what type of modernization work do you see in the near future, and then can you put a dollar sign to it? Some school districts will be able to put a dollar sign to it, some won't. So.
Yeah. Okay. No. What I heard, the kernel of what I heard, the best part of what I heard you say was, what further modernization required, rather than just asking the question, will the building require further modernization? Is that OPSC? What do you think about that? Something that we can think about?
Yeah, that's a great suggestion. Thank you.
Okay.
Bill, related to that, would a question for that be, is there a comprehensive analysis of the school's needs? Then that's a yes or no. Right. And that will give you the,
okay.
There's $1 now available. That you can, the district can tell you what that cost is if you want.
Well, all you asked was.
Yeah.
Fred, I mean, I appreciate where you're going, but it may be a little bit beyond what this actual form. Okay, so Dennis, you're done? You had your hand up?
Well, I was going to say something similar to Paul, just say, is additional work planned for this site, and same essence, and what is the scope and what's the dollar? And maybe what's the schedule?
Okay. Okay. Yeah, Kathy.
So you mentioned your vision of this perfect thing, and I guess I kind of have my vision of this perfect thing, and my vision is maybe it's a little different, but I think we all get to the same place. We have the various components that make up every building. We've got a roof, we've got HVAC of some kind, we've got flooring of some kind, we've got bathrooms of some kind, and I like the idea of being able to quantify somehow. On my application, on my DLUP, whatever it might be, that in this project I'm replacing the HVAC, so I'm good for another 15 years. And I'm replacing my roof, and so I'm going to be good for another 20 years. But I didn't get to replace my doorknobs or my bathroom fixtures or whatever it might be. And so it's almost like a checklist I was able to do out of the 15 standardized, whatever you want to call it, that every building has, that maybe it's the eligible stuff that you are eligible for mod.
We can look ahead in the item. There's a list. Hold on. But, okay.
You put a date. I did it in 2002. I did it in 2010. And I'm going to do this one now in 2012, and maybe that kind of gives you that
I thought you were
running-
going towards here, what work didn't I do?
Well, I think it's a legitimate question to be able to say, if I've submitted a mod application to OPSC and it's for HVAC and roofing, along with that, I don't mind saying that, when was the last time you did your bathrooms, or when was the last time you did your, that kind of stuff, so that you've got a year. Because everybody's going to be able to say that. I'm going to be able to tell you, I did my roof in 2012, and I replaced my HVAC in 2010. Beyond that, the little itsy-bitsy weird things that we all do because of our own district standards, I don't think really matter. And I don't think that they should necessarily enter into the quantification of how much this thing's going to cost.
Okay.
It's just, I don't know, just a comment.
Thank you. Paul?
And somebody mentioned the deferred maintenance program, and the modernization program that I see is like the deferred maintenance program on steroids. So there are distinct categories in there: electrical, asbestos abatement, plumbing, that you could use those same categories for this if you wanted to break it down. And everybody knows what those categories are already.
Okay. Sorry, did you have another comment?
I liked what Kathy said. I would also distinguish, and then it goes into what Paul said, whether it was done under deferred maintenance or modernization. Like, I did my roof, but it was under DM.
And everybody touched on my other, we all want to say the same things. That's why we all rush to hit the button first. But that's a good thing. We all have the same thoughts, right? We're all doing the same work. To that point about, was it deferred maintenance, was it modernization, that's the second to last column. Is that state, local? What if the district fully funded a modern? And there's a discrepancy there because, as you know, in the current program, if the district fully funded a modernization project, we don't lose our eligibility. So you might want to define what you mean there. Both, maybe?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But I just want to say this too. Locally, there's so many different definitions of what modernization is. You know, what Kathy's district considers modernization might not at all be what my district considers modernization. And but I think you'll get to that and how they answer the last question. You know, what remains? Well, for me, it might be all technology, and for Kathy, it might be all bathrooms.
So, Bill, I want to say this again because I get hit with this every project I do. There needs to be some way to quantify the dollar amount spent on other things. ADA improvements, fire life safety improvements, new fire hydrants, curbing. I mean, the stuff that isn't part of your building envelope, but I had to do because it's on my plans. Because that's a dollar amount. That's a big dollar amount. And I'm not saying the state needs to pay for it or whatever, but I think it needs to be. I don't want that cost associated with a square foot cost of replacing my roof, for example, because it isn't.
Well, it's certainly associated with the square foot cost of modernizing a building, right? If the scope of work required to modernize the building includes path of travel, new flat work, then the cost per square foot to modernize the building is going to be higher than if it doesn't include that. I'm not sure that we're trying to get into the level of having districts report the very small scale costs. You know, I think we're trying to keep this at a higher level. The cost, and Brian, help me out anytime, the costs get reported on page 1, right? Remember, we haven't even, so this is on the first page of the PIW, if you remember back, right? The project information is there. If you input an application number with a 57 in it, it's going to shoot you to modernization eventually, because that's the prefix. But you first go through and you fill out it'll auto-populate the funding, and then you'll go into the cost and you'll input the cost of all the contracts and your soft costs, just as you do now. And then you'll go to the next page and it'll look like the page that we're talking about right here about modernization. I'm not anticipating, or I don't believe we're headed here, and I don't think you really want to go there, that the district is going to submit line by line costs of the work that was done. So am I right on that, Brian? See, he waited to respond.
When you say line by line, you mean building by building?
No, I mean line by line. I know there are some.
We're still looking at that, and that's something we hope, exactly how detailed we want the project cost to be. Right now, there is that on page 1, as Bill was talking about, there is that overall, what is the 100% project cost. I think part of it might come down to the questions that we actually end up and exactly how the data is going to be reported and the practicality of districts being able to report that. These are things that we're still trying to determine.
And I will verify, Brian, I mean, we've definitely had discussions internally as we were getting ready to try and prepare an item for the committee regarding, how deep do you go? And it's apropos the question or the comment that we hear all the time and have heard from everyone here about the question that's asked in the project cost section right now, site development costs in contract. And the issue, well, first of all, why does OPSE want that? Because they provide a supplemental grant related to that, okay? So if you think about the modernization supplemental grants that are out there, it's probably the same interest. They can speak for them, staff can speak for themselves on that, but there's also the same issues with doing that. You can say, well, it's on your schedule of values. Sure, it is, but you also have to gather it from 6 divisions, prorate the general conditions, profit, overhead, fee, whatever. And so we end up with answers for a question like that that are too difficult to be calculated by the generally who's filling these forms out, and then the answers are not correct, and so you end up with data that's not useful. But anyway, sorry, that was a long-winded response to that question. Can we go back to this page again? And so,
which page?
I'm sorry, page 45 of 43, and this is a similar page for
45 of 43.
45 of 53. I'm sorry.
Cookies,
So, okay, building name or number, we heard the comments on that. I just want to go through this. We got to get through this, you guys. So, we're still on the chart, and then we'll go back up to 3, okay? So just get ready. And then we got a couple other pages to go over too. So, type of facility. Yes. I mean, we want to know if you're doing the MPR or the gym, it's a drop-down menu, just click on it, right, Hannah? Is that correct? There'll be a menu? Yes. You just click it and you're done. Yes. So I'm getting her to tell you how easy this will be.
There's a description of the type of answers in the first row below the header.
So it says drop down.
Right, it says drop, so something will drop down. Mm-hmm. So the type of facility, we probably want to know if it's the gym, the multipurpose, the library, whatever. Okay, but we're good with that, classrooms. So number of classrooms probably makes sense. I think this is an, yes. So, and that's one thing to clarify here. So we're really talking about not number of, this goes back to the discussion about number of students, but it's the same idea that the concerns that I'm hearing from the committee, right? It's like, okay, is it the number of classrooms in the mod project? It's not the number of classrooms on the site, correct?
Well,
so that would be,
so you would be saying, so building A, what type of facility is it? How many classrooms are in that building?
So it's a performing arts building, and there's 1 classroom in there, and it serves 1,200 kids. Wow, that's going to get you some good numbers.
No. All right, we understand that issue. And I hear you.
That's why we're asking for type of facility. That's why we're asking for type of facility, so that you would be able to determine that.
Right. Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was going to try to find the moment to bring this up, but maybe it's here. And it just speaks. And by the way, in March, it'll be 5 years for me up here talking about this. And so these guys continue to show up, wide-eyed and bushy-tailed and in a better mood about it than we are. So I appreciate staff. But again, I don't know how they do it. The number of students served or the number of classrooms, if applicable, is going to be very difficult when there's modernizations that may be just the library and the gym and the admin and the multi. Is it all of them?
What's 0?
Or is it 0?
I think
because all my kids go through the gym and the cafeteria and the library.
Each question,
So I just bring that
column.
up 'cause
Well,
it's-
no, it's a good point, and so I think staff has heard the issue, and they've heard it, I think, related to the number of students. So remember, when you go online to fill out the PIW, if you haven't done one in a while,
I wish.
there's a question mark by each comment, by each item, and you can click on that, and it will tell you right there. Correct, Hannah? Okay.
Question.
Tell you what?
Question
It
on
will
the
tell
top.
you whether you're supposed to, so if it's like number of classrooms, so it's the number of classrooms in the project,
Right.
not the total number of classrooms
In the
on the
school,
campus.
right.
But, or the building. Well,
In this case-
Well, this is the component-based approach, not the building-based approach.
This would be the same for both.
This is on page 45 of
In either
43.
one. Oh, okay, because it's reading across from the building you input
Right.
as the row.
Right.
So the row is the building.
There's no difference in sections 1 and 2.
Got it, okay. I was confused, because you will input the name of the building, the type of the facility in the row, and then if it's a multipurpose with no classrooms, you'll put 0, and then the next row will have classroom on it, classroom building, and it'll have classrooms 32.
And it ties back up to number 2 as well.
Right.
So just
That's correct.
Just to clarify, so if we look at page 50, it's section 1, page 50, which is a different base approach. This part is the same. Where it starts to deviate is where we start to box number 3 on the flow chart. So that's where the questions are asked very differently. So this part would be the same for both. So if we look back to page 45, which is where we're at now, all of the discussions that we're having now would be applicable to the other questions that we're going to get into later on.
Okay, good. All right, so continuing on, so this is what we call the line-by-line crawl. So, you ready? Number of stories. Why don't we just indicate with a like? So, number of stories is, everyone's okay. So this is going to help in relation to access compliance issues, right? Okay. Okay, I got you. All right. Dennis, you okay? Number of stories? I mean, let's say you had to do this.
Yeah, that's easy.
Okay, fine. Number of stories, we're good. Construction type, so drop down would be wood frame, masonry, concrete.
And there would be an ability to put in more than one? More than one if there were more than
Well,
one?
hopefully not more than one for the same type. Well, yeah, I agree, some are mixed.
There may be, I mean, if you.
Well, you could, so we could have one that says mixed, right? Because a mixed masonry and steel, that's not uncommon at all, right?
Yeah, and you could have like a multipurpose room out of
You got that?
CMU and an attached wood frame
Perfect, yeah.
administration.
I
things
agree.
like that.
So we could have just real quick. So we'd have masonry, we'd have wood, and steel,
Concrete,
and then have
steel,
mixed,
mixed.
and then all the variations thereof.
Right.
Of the other combinations.
We can work on this back.
You need to be able to click other and specify.
We can work on this back at the farm.
Yeah, you need other and specify, I really think.
We can develop an accurate list, and I'm sure that the committee would be happy with it. We'll bring it back. Okay, so everybody's happy that we have that.
They love it.
All right, total square footage. When we were first laying this chart out, I thought that that's actually the only question that's important.
Yeah,
Total
but
square footage.
Is that the total square footage of the building or the total square footage that's being
Well,
modernized?
remember, you're starting with a row. You're in a row
No, I understand, but
that has a building.
it says facilities modernized. So is it the square footage modernized or is it the total square footage?
Total
in the
square
building?
footage of the building.
Even if you're
But it's
only
not
modernizing
modernized.
Well,
part of it.
remember, you're only well, okay, so let's think about this for a second.
So my theater's attached to my admin, and I'm going to do my theater, but not my admin. So I would want to put my theater square footage.
Okay, so and what were we thinking? Modernized or area of building? Hannah?
The heading to that column is total building square footage, so that was what we were thinking. Whether or not it's the right way to stay is completely up in the air.
Okay.
You add another column that says total square footage for the building and then area modernized within the building.
Yeah, but we're trying to keep this simple, you guys. So let's think about this. I mean, remember, this is the key data point. We are trying, well, it's one of two. We are trying to figure out how much did the district spend per square foot to modernize the building. So what's the right way to ask it to get that number? That's the industry standard, is to know how much you spent per square foot.
Square footage modernized.
So is everybody in agreement? Mary?
If you modernized classrooms, did you also make adjustments to an attached mechanical and electrical room that you wouldn't count necessarily as square footage modernized in the classroom?
You would count
You
it.
would count it if you made adjustments.
You would look at the building. You would look at the building. So
Everything
if-
that you
if those-
touched, but not necessarily the entire building if you had an admin attached and you only did the classroom portion of the
Yeah, but
classroom
let's,
admin building.
aren't we, so we're inserting this in a row. Wait, come on up here for a sec, Hannah, thank you. You want to introduce yourself?
Hi, Hannah.
Hi, I'm Hannah Konoff with the OPSC.
Can you, can we, I have a, if we're inserting a row related to a building, and then we have another row that relates to another building, is the total building square footage going to auto-calculate at the bottom?
It could.
I think that might be a good thing, because let's say you modernized 10,000 square feet in one building, and then you did 25,000 square feet in another.
I think the concern is with hybrid buildings, and we've got a number of them where there's, for instance, a project I've got going right now has an admin classroom building, and we're modernizing the classrooms, but not the admin. So where do I break the square footage of the building? If I have to put the total...
You're the architect, you should be able
Well,
to.
I have my own opinion, but if you're asking me for the total building
So
square footage, you're getting
it sounds like what we're hearing, though, is total building square footage modernized. Yes. Not necessarily total building square footage. Also, let's take another scenario here. Sorry to get so deep in the weeds. But
I want to say that's very, very, very frequent.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, I might have to just do the bathrooms in a building.
Yeah, no, I
didn't
agree.
even anticipate doing, but Richard over there
Good
maybe.
point. So total square, so let's have a further discussion about total square footage modernized versus total building square footage, okay? Yeah, this is a complicated one, because we want accurate data on the square feet modernized because we want to use it as the divisor for the cost per square foot, right? Okay. So we need to think this one through pretty carefully.
So is it, what I'm hearing is that it's desirable to focus on just what's actually being modernized in the project, because if there's other facility, if there's a couple of rooms, you're going to have, inaccurate data when you try to look at the square footage amounts.
Right.
So is it challenging, or is it not so challenging to split that up? What would be some of the considerations?
I would rather keep it to the project aside, and the two-story thing becomes an issue, because what if you only do one story? One story this year, second story next year. So I think and plus the heading on this, number 4, is facilities modernized. So if we keep it to, in my example, the performing arts building that's connected to the admin, I'll give you the square footage of the performing arts building.
So in this area, you have clarity on the square footage that was actually modernized. You have a big building, the example was, and there's a pull-out, 1,000 feet of a 6,000-foot area. We would have clarity on that 1,000 square feet and have a cost per square foot for what was modernized.
Yeah.
But you have to also look at, on this PIW form, there's other sections that talk about other modernization work that needs to be done. So I think that we're trying to solve maybe everything here on this one thing, but if we take it a piece at a time and walk through it, I think it makes sense as a larger picture.
So let's take another scenario around total square footage. At a really common project, in fact, one that was just funded by OPSC, was for Kennedy High School in Richmond. And one of the projects was to do all of the doors and hardware and the elevators. The school was built in the 60s and was never ADA compliant. So elevator, lifts, and doors and hardware and path of travel. So the square footage, the total building square footage is actually every building on campus.
Serving everything.
Right? But if you report that, then I think, and you report that you spent $500,000 to modernize every building on campus, your cost per square foot of modernization will be an accurate reflection of the very limited scope of the work, right? Because it'll be 50 cents a square foot. Okay, so there's some. Well, there's some.
That's what we've been talking about, man.
Well, there's some. No, but that's an accurate reflection.
Yes, but when you add that to the data of all of the projects, it skews. You can start averaging.
Your mic on? Okay. No, that's all right. Paul?
If you changed building name or number to building area, and then you'd be describing square footage-wise that area, and you could also describe that type of facility as an area, if that would help.
Okay, I didn't. You still need an identifier of some kind. Okay. Others, we don't, yeah.
I think Dennis's point was okay, so you got an accurate reflection that you only spent 50 cents a square foot on this modernization project. But you take all the modernization projects in the state, which is what we think is happening, and average them together until the cost of modernization is X. And we didn't get to modernize anything at Kennedy except the doors and hardware at a cost of 50 cents a square foot.
But there's a line up here that says limited scope modernization, which I don't really know how that's defined. We haven't gotten to number 3 yet.
I can define it for you.
But you can, that's a limited scope modernization. And so you would check off limited scope modernization and only add those things up, but not average them
Yeah,
the
that's,
whole thing. That's what we're worried
about. That's a really
about.
good point, actually. Thank you. I knew we had thought of part of this before.
Again, part of it is recognition that that's exactly what happens, that you have an SFP modernization project, and that's not 100% of what needs to be done at that campus.
Yep.
So you could modernize 2 classrooms. You could accurately say that state funds were used for modernization on that school, but I think all of us know that that doesn't mean that the modernization work is done. You still could have additional eligibility for one thing, and that's why districts can come in chunks at a time. So that's part of what we're trying to gather here is how do we, there's so much flexibility, which no one's saying that should be changed. How do we just say this is what the school did? This is what happened.
Right.
This
well,
is the scope.
And I happen to have some familiarity with Bill's Kennedy High School example because in addition to that ADA doors and hardware project, there's another project that is all the bathrooms, and there's another project that is all the fences and gates. But even if you add all that up, it's far from having modernized the whole school. And if you start, yes, it's what are you doing with the data when you're done with it? Are you okay? So it's an accurate reflection of only 50 cents a square foot, but then what?
Well,
you throw it in the pot and average it with all those.
I
other
think
costs,
that if we had the scope, then somebody, and again, I'm not a statistician, so I wouldn't be doing this actual study, but they would then know not to include it.
Well, and the other piece of this is
complete only the complete modernization.
Well, so no, the other piece of this though that Mary mentioned, which is a good thing to remember, is there are multiple applications for every school, or often there are multiple applications for schools, and so we do need to make sure that we link them in some ways when we're analyzing the data. And right now, how does that happen right now, Hannah? So when you have a PIW that's submitted that has a new construction piece and an ORG piece, how do you link those applications?
The district has the option of submitting a PIW that combines the information for those projects.
Or submitting two?
Or submitting two separately.
And in my analysis of data, I've seen a number of them from LA Unified where they will write in the comment box that in order to have an accurate picture of the cost to complete the work on this project, you need to link the data for ORG application, blah, 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 and new construction application, blah, blah, blah. And so anyway, I think we're going to need that ability with modernization, because I think there are a lot more cases with modernization where you do multiple projects.
Bill, don't we
campus.
identify somewhere using the CDE code for the school somewhere? Or whatever the code, the CDS,
CDS code?
the CDS code, yeah. Don't we identify, I mean, that would identify that it's at the same school.
Fred's.
But I don't know whether we do that.
Well, CDS codes change.
Fred, use your mic.
In some cases, the CDS code will change whether you change it for a district or reorganization or you reconstitute the school. But in general, for probably the majority, it would track. But like a high school, one high school CDS code breaks into 4 small learning communities on one school. You now have 4 different CDS codes, and so it's not truly a unique identifier.
OPSC tracks somewhat because the modernization pulls from the same site. I don't know exactly how it's done, but I do know that there's an interface that goes from CDE to OPSC and updates our eligibility program. So I think that's something that's already accounted for, because as it changes, the modernization is still there. It applies to the building. So can't tell you how, but I think a lot of that has been accounted for already.
And I don't want to jump ahead, but you brought up something about eligibility, just yet another variable in all this. So it could be that you have additional eligibility that you plan on using. It could be that you have very limited eligibility for whatever reason, right? And that's why the project was so small. So there has to be a section where you have to place some sort of narrative, even if it's 2 sentences, as to why the project is the way it is. Or, just yet another, you could take all your eligibility and spend it on 2 buildings, and then your cost per square foot is going to go through the roof, but there's a perfectly good rationale for it.
Well, there's still a page, there's still a PIW page with a narrative comments section, not necessarily what we're looking at today, but there still is a page on there that's the bid climate page in the existing document. That's a whole other topic. So here's what I'd like to do, is if everybody's okay, let's try and finish this page before we break for lunch, because if we stay too much longer, we're going to have to send the cookies around again. And so is everybody okay, or do you want to break now? What's the pleasure of the committee? No. Let's finish the page and break. Okay. Thank you. So, age of building? Yes. And this has changed over time. As we've looked at it, it started out being, what did it start out as? A year building was built.
Year of construction, yeah.
So do we want year built or not? What's the, Dennis?
Original year built, yes. Original year built.
Yes.
Yeah, because otherwise you have to do a calculation, right? Well, we started there, actually.
Building specific.
Okay. Yes, it is.
It's in a row.
Brian, you're okay with that?
And what happens if you add it onto the building?
Project area.
You might.
We have 46 and 62.
So what does the school facilities program use age of building for? Eligibility. So that's really why we're trying, or is that why we're trying to get to this? I'm not.
We were. It was just a reporting mechanism. It also, original year built, age of building. The idea is that if you put in a year, you would have to run another calculation to see how old the building was when it was modernized, because that's probably the most relevant. If the project was modernized 10 years ago, what was the age of the building at that time when the project actually went forward? So we're flexible, but that was just our thought process. Well, if
I think people want to know how old the original building is, and if there's multiple components to the building, then you'd have to have opportunities to put different years in there, and then you get into has this been modernized previously? I mean, is this a 50-year-old building, and you've already done it once, and now you're doing it again?
Right, that's the next question. Yeah, so we were hoping that the two would fit together.
Well, and we already had comments on years since the building was last modernized, right?
Bill, I'm kind of changing that now because now I understand what you guys were getting to. So they only wanted this, you only want the snapshot of when the work was done and you're filling out the PIW, what was the age of the building at the time? Which that would provide, so you could look back and you'd have this whole, all your data. Oh, we had 50 buildings that were 75 years old that when they were modernized. That's what you want, right?
And that's probably a level of reporting and accountability that's really in keeping with what we're providing for the State Allocation Board right now for new construction on the PIW. Things like that. We modernized 7,000 50-year-old buildings, whatever.
So would that be years modified, or years, the year it was modernized, rather than years since?
Go back to what this is.
So you have
Well, didn't we jettison this?
You'd have the age that or the date that or the year that the building was built, and then you'd have the year that the building was last modernized.
Yeah, because you're going to have multiple modernization projects potentially. So, building A might be, 50 years old, and you've done one mod 25 years ago. Building B, I'm making up numbers, building B might be 25 years old, and it never has been modernized on the same campus.
But that's okay because it's building.
Yeah, it's by column, by row, so you'd be able to delineate that somehow. But there
Okay.
might be multiple years.
So do we have enough feedback to kind of, so these two columns, age of building and years since last modernized, they're working together, right, to get us the information we want? Okay.
And Bill, just that on that years since building was last modernized, we talked about, does that mean state? You might just want to clarify that for the state or for the districts. That doesn't mean state modernization program. Is it just any modification,
That's correct.
any modernization? So you would want to tell districts that.
In the question box, the information box. Okay, so we made it through the chart. Good job. Let's go back to number 3, project type. So drop-down list, like-kind replacement. Brian, you want to lead us through this? Sorry.
Sure.
got too
Like-kind
excited.
replacement only. So that would be, our thought was, you demo a building, you're building a new one. Like-kind replacement plus other modernization work. So demoing a building, but you're also doing some HVACs on the other side of campus. That would be something else we'd want to capture. And then limited scope modernization. So this would be, you're not doing any like-kind, you're just doing the limited scope. Systems and infrastructure upgrade or replacement only. Full scope modernization or other. You always have to have an other. And then there's some examples, but again, there would be a text box for a description.
I'm just a little confused, and I think some of the other members are, about the like-kind replacement. Maybe it's just because I'm harking back to the deferred maintenance days of like-kind. So it sounds to me that's more like you're literally asking for, did you demo the building versus did I get it?
Yes.
So maybe can we change the wording on that maybe a little bit? Because if I'm going to replace my roof with a like kind of roof, but that's not what you're getting at. So
Maybe it should say like-kind building replacement.
So demo. Did I demo the building?
Remember, the reason that we're using, let's take it back to, and hopefully I won't misspeak, and Brian can help me out when I do. We're using the terminology like-kind replacement because like-kind replacement is an allowable use of modernization funds under the state program. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Roughly? Okay. That's why we're using that terminology.
Well, then maybe for neophytes like me, I guess, I would need help knowing what that is, because I'm going to go back to that's a DM thing. I could only replace, chillers with chillers.
Well, I think if we put the word building between like-kind and replacement, or even it might help.
So if I gut the place,
That's a full scope
I'm a
modernization.
full scope mod. If I upgrade my HVAC and do my roof and maybe my bathrooms, that's a limited scope mod?
Or systems and infrastructure upgrade or replacement only.
Okay.
How about if I tear down a building and use OPSC money to build that within, like kind, but I add on something with my own money?
That's fine. Yeah, and
Is that's not a like-kind replacement? Why don't we just say replacement? Building replacement.
building replacement.
Is it like if I demo a building of 10 classrooms and I build 10 classrooms, is that a number one? Is that a like-kind replacement only, or are you more interested in the building materials that I'm replacing?
No, it's like you're saying earlier, if you demoed it and either built it there or built it on some other part of the campus.
Okay,
So it's
if
a
I'm
like for like.
Demo a multi and build a multi, then I'm qualifying it under like-kind replacement only. If I demo a multi and build a multi and add a kitchen to it, then I've got something a little bit different.
When we get into the discussion of like-kind replacement, Hannah, help me out here. I believe there's an opportunity to indicate that you did added square footage beyond just the like-kind replacement that the state would fund or that's being talked about here. Is that correct?
Yes, and my understanding is that in our regulations, there is it is permitted to replace a building that serves one function with a building that serves another function, so long as you're housing that original function somewhere on the campus. So in other words, you could demo a multipurpose room and build the same square footage in classrooms, and it would still be considered a like-kind replacement.
We might need some help on that in a definition box or something.
Paul.
So is the idea, it depends on what you check, whether or not you have to fill out portion 4, or do you fill out portion 4 under all of these?
You would fill out portion 4. Later on, it would matter.
Okay. I was thinking that, because I was really confused with this like-kind replacement. I thought that meant, you're just swapping out the HVAC units.
Okay, so
I would put it in a hierarchical fashion. I'd have replacements. I'd have replacements with modernization. I'd have a full scope modernization. I'd have a limited scope modernization.
Good point, yeah.
And then I'd go for the
so reorganize the list.
Systems and infrastructure upgrade, replacement only, and then have other.
Reorganize the list so that it reflects a hierarchy that he was just talking about. That's easy enough. Okay.
Would like-kind building replacement only, would that be clear, or, because I mean,
I think it's a lot clearer.
I think it is.
Well, except for the fact that Hannah just said you could demo a 10 classroom building and build a multi and call it like-kind. I'm just hung up on like-kind.
And the like-kind piece comes right from the statute, actually, or no, it's in the regulations, right?
Let's be clear on this like-kind. First of all, there's an accountability part of this program, remember? So we're providing modernization grants, and we've been talking about wiping out multipurpose rooms and all that. Let's be real here. Modernization doesn't provide enough money for these big things we're talking about. Generally, what we see with like-kind replacement is an old classroom or an old portable. It's 20 years old. It's shot. The useful life of that thing, maybe it wasn't maintained well. So you pull that portable out, and you look at the costs associated with stick building that or something. It's prohibitive. And modernization is good, but you can plunk another portable down within the modernization allowance. So generally, that's the way it works. But you can centralize a site's eligibility theoretically and do larger areas like a gymnasium, but it's going to take massive amounts of eligibility and modernization, massive area. You can take a whole site's eligibility to try to replace one big building.
So why not call it portable replacement?
Because
it's not always that.
I'll share with you the exact opposite of what he was just talking about. That at my last school district, we basically had a facilities replacement program where we took each campus in turn and knocked it down and built it over again. And that's what we're trying to get at here. We used modernization eligibility to fund about 12% of that cost, but that's okay.
How much percent?
Was it within the footprint of the old?
Or it was on the fields. The best ones are the ones you build them on the fields while the other one's still in session, so you don't have temporary housing. No, it doesn't have to be.
There's nothing like-kind about it.
But we use okay. All right, so we need to the like-kind is throwing everybody off.
I think for purposes of regs, it's like kind, it's like square footage amount kind, but I'm not sure that we're tied to the SFP definitions for PIW. As long as it essentially means the same thing,
Building replacement.
clarity would win.
And the reason the reason it's there is because building replacement with modernization is called like-kind replacement because it only funds the same amount of area, right? Is that essentially what?
So building replacement I would get.
Okay.
I would know what,
Okay.
I would know to check that.
Well, we're going to for sure add building in there.
The like-kind thing can be confusing. In my own mind, if you're not talking about buildings, you're talking about HVAC for HVAC. Well, you replace a 20-year-old HVAC, it's not like-kind. It's going to be higher energy, it's going to be a better machine. So I get the confusion there with that. But with buildings, it makes sense.
Okay. Lee?
Bill, I kind of was going down the route that Paul was going down. I would just do these instead. Building replacement, because you've already gotten eligibility in modernization. You're already doing a project, so we already know it's it's according to the regs. So you're already past that point.
Good. Okay.
So building replacement plus new construction, building replacement plus other modernization, building replacement plus other modernization plus new construction. So like you have all three of those things. Then limited scope modernization, take out systems and infrastructure altogether because that's limited scope.
Well, and okay.
And then full scope and other.
Okay.
That would be my suggestion.
There's another page that we are going to hopefully get to today, which goes into further detail regarding the like-kind replacement, and it answers or it speaks to some of your questions.
Well, but at the very beginning, you're going to have school districts saying other because it doesn't fit what. So you might as well just add. I mean, we've kind of said all the different variations of it. Just it only adds one, I believe, one more. It added one category.
Okay. Any other comments on that? So I think so under other, I don't know if we have everything listed there per se, playground, energy retrofits, photovoltaics, and I think we're going to need some help developing a list that'll be a comprehensive full pull-down list for that one.
Do we want a drop down for that
Yes.
instead of a text
Oh, a
field?
text box, that's right, that's right. Yeah, it'd be pretty long, right? Is that what you're telling me?
We'd need Herzog to come read
maybe
it
a
to
text
us.
box would be better. Yes, okay. So Kathy's question was, okay, if we're doing this, where does site work come in? And site work comes in later on in the descriptions of the actual scope of work. So is that okay? I mean, if you're only doing site work, that's a whole, you would probably insert that in the text box.
This would be site work required.
Actually, modernization is site work. A good example is a high school when you replace the track and field with a new artificial turf.
Where do you get the eligibility for this?
From your modernization eligibility.
For the site work?
Yeah, for the site work, sure.
The modernization regulation allows for you to do repair of, existing things that are there. Not new stuff, but repairs.
And haven't we also talked about how ADA path of travel could eat up your entire modernization?
We have indeed.
Money.
Yep.
So it could be all of that.
Okay, I think it's time for us to break. Thank you, everybody, and we'll reconvene in 1 hour. It's, what time is it now? I'm sorry, 1:30. 1:30. Continuation of the Implementation Committee of the State Allocation Board. Are we ready? You're good? Okay. All right. We are working on the project information worksheet. We just completed reviewing page 45 of 53. And I'd like us actually to skip over to page 47 of 53. Brian, is that the right one?
I think so.
And
Just got to note that the webcast isn't quite up yet,
oh, okay.
so I wanted to.
It's just delayed? Okay. So 47 of 53, would you explain sort of the process of getting from the page we just filled out, we did the basic information about the project and the buildings, and now what happens next. If you've got a regular modernization, the page we skipped is for the like-in-kind building replacement, and so we'll just come back to that in a minute. Okay?
Right, so if we go back to the original on page 44, so we have the overall flow chart. So this would be section 3. So this is where we're trying to capture information where we know that they haven't demoed the building, but they're doing components or doing maybe a full-scale mod or something like that. So it starts off with, please describe the scope of your project. Fill out one set of questions for each type of work. Let me see if I'm on the right page.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so again, this is the project scope basis, not the per building. So
So this is different for the building type, for the building-based?
The building-based, yeah, which is later on, it would ask the same basic questions, but it would say, tell me what you did for building A. You'd enter all of that data. Tell me what you did for building B and what you did for all of that. In this case, you would say, what was the scope of the work? So did you do HVAC? Okay, what was the system? And then tell me the buildings where the HVAC was done. And it would be the drop-down menu that we've already filled out from the other page. It would hopefully automatically fill based on what the districts enter. And then the square footage of area or other applicable measure of scope. This is a numeric field with drop-down lists of measurement types. Only those applicable based on answers in 7, 9, and or 10 will be available. So if we look over...
What's 7, so where are 7, 9, and 10?
Where is that? On page 48, Roman numeral 7, building exterior envelope.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So roofing, wall finishes, windows and doors. If it was building interiors, then you would be able to select flooring, walls, ceilings.
Wow, okay.
So it would be, all right, HVAC, which buildings, and then there would be a drop down of the different types based on whether it was HVAC or roofing, and that's how the rest of it would be. So pretty much drop down menu, and then
Bill?
Yes.
I don't mean to interrupt. Brian,
okay.
I'm kind of lost. I don't see, I
you
don't
get
see
here?
different questions. It seems the same. I'm not seeing where you have the different, or I'm sure I'm not looking at the right spot. I'm looking at attachment C, the second type, where it's, now this is after the bubble diagram thing, type of work-based approach. I assume after that then is the PIW sample that is for that, and it's still by building. I'm sure I'm not. Which page is it that you show different questions?
on page 47, number 1, it asks for the type of work.
Okay. Oh, okay. So you didn't put it in a table.
Right.
Oh.
Right. Because it would
okay.
be then drop downs.
Okay. All right.
Eventually, we would like to have that, but
Okay.
that's where we're at
Okay,
now.
thank you.
Yeah. So then the square footage of area or other applicable measure of scope. So if building square footage just doesn't work for that particular type of system component, enter whatever does make sense. And then 1D would be HPI attributes with a drop down. And then impact of cost considerations on choice of material. And that's the purpose of 1E is to try to get a sense of, we've been told that there are a lot of considerations that districts go through, and sometimes the choice of materials are impacted by funding, whether it's state or local, the bid climate, different things like that. So we're trying to capture those types of decisions that have been made. So did you not do everything that you wanted to do right now, or perhaps you wanted to install a higher quality system, but you couldn't? Things like that.
So, okay. Was your question answered? Did you have a comment?
I just want to say, generally, I'm looking at the building-based approach versus the type of work-based approach. And it seems like the type of work-based approach is, would lend itself well if you're doing it on a campus campus-wide base. Not that I'm advocating one way or the other, but it seems like that's more of a campus-wide. But if you're going with a building, if you really do want to go in a building, break it down by building, you do the building-based approach, and then you would break it down by area. Or I mean, excuse me, break it down by type of work.
Sure.
So,
Okay. I actually want to go for a second. I have a couple concerns, but can we go to page 48? Can the members of the committee look at this list of the scope of work or type of work as it's shown here? And can we just talk about whether we've captured every conceivable? No, that's not the right term. Have we captured major categories of work for modernization? Gary?
Under category 7, for example, windows and doors are lumped together, and we all the time do doors without doing windows. It's too pricey to do windows. We do doors because we have to change the hardware, and so they have to get done.
So your comment is separate doors and windows?
Yeah, probably.
when I was referring back to deferred maintenance, it's all wall systems, and it covers everything from ceilings to walls, doors, and windows, door hardware.
Sure.
I mean, I'm really concerned about going into such great detail with this form before we give it a try.
Sure.
Let's keep it really simple, and once we have some success with it, then start adding more detail. That would be my approach.
Okay. Sure. Dennis?
What is category 6, reconfiguration for educational enhancement? Isn't all of this?
Program changes like the science lab, if you convert it to a K-8 or something, that's what I was thinking.
Excellent. Thank you, Ms. Allen. That's exactly what it is. So it's a...
Well, I'm just thinking that most of this is, well, it's not really reconfiguration, though.
Most of it's not
Well, if you go to a
reconfiguration.
K-8, which is obviously becoming very popular, you know, you're going to add science classrooms, you're going to add locker rooms, and so that's what I took that to be, number 6.
Does CDE want to comment on that?
Just keep it broad.
And I think it does, actually, to state it this way.
Yes. This
Okay.
is, I mean, I just keep it broad because there are so many things that can fall into this, and
So you could turn a room into a computer lab, you could
Right. I mean, there's-
reconfigure 3 classrooms and make them a library.
Right.
or-
There's so many different possibilities.
Right.
So
That was
just
the
keep it broad.
point of doing it, of adding this particular piece in here.
And
Okay.
I'm assuming that out of this list, then you would have to pick the one which is most applicable to what you're doing over here in the type of work?
Or all of the ones. You could have a lot of these, right? Can we go back to your first comment, though, Mary? How about what if we said windows and or doors? I mean, we're trying to keep this list as
Yeah, I don't-
general and broad because, you know.
I think that's fine. I just didn't. People seem to be flummoxed by drop-down menus when their choice isn't there, and so.
Yeah.
Well, I did doors, but I didn't do windows. What do I do? And so and or is fine. I don't mind.
And windows and doors are very different because oftentimes we do doors because we have to for ADA, and those are real basic, but window replacement that's rare for us. It's very expensive.
All right, so maybe we should think about whether we need to separate them, but, all right, that's, okay. Site infrastructure, does that make sense in terms, did we get the right categories there as the basic categories?
3.
I'm talking about number 1, site infrastructure.
Can irrigation go in here anywhere?
It is, see it right there, we've got it right there, and under water. Hazardous materials abatement, okay, there's site work, so the different types of site work. You know, trying to keep it as general and as broad as possible. And then then creating a separate thing that says ADA compliance, and then all of a sudden you've got a redundancy from doors and hardwares to windows and doors down below. That's interesting. I hadn't seen that before. And now looking at it with a...
Well,
And that's
I'm
generally
reading
what
this as-
drives it, is
as
the ADA.
Building, I'm sorry, the doors and the hardwares under 7 is, I want to do because it's energy efficient. The doors and hardware under ADA is I have to do because I'm touching my whatever, bathrooms.
Because you want to be in compliance
I want-
with
yeah, I gotta be in
accessibility
compliance.
standards and provide...
Of course I do. Love to do that.
Okay. So is it so we're going to try and work through these one at a time. Sorry, you guys, but that's what we're doing today. Okay. ADA compliance, does it make sense to include that as a category? It's a pretty common work lump, okay? So we're okay with that? All right. And I mean, I guess we got the right basic items there. Yeah, that's a good point. Drinking fountains. Mm-hmm.
And parking and drop-off is already there in site work, but again, one of the drivers is under ADA compliance.
Yeah.
That's why you usually wind up doing it.
Path of travel, right?
Park.
So, but that parking was in the concept here, was included in path of travel improvements. Should we, if this is just what comes down on the list, should we enhance the description further, including parking?
Well, because if I'm not touching my parking lot other than to make 1 or 2 sites handicapped accessible, that should be under ADA, I would think, right? Because I'm not doing the whole entire parking lot necessarily.
Right.
Bill's smiling. Why is Bill smiling?
No, I'm sorry. I'm trying to think that one through. Okay. So what do you think we should, how do you think it should be described?
From my experience, the work that we're doing at my school district, my ADA compliance portion of my projects are huge because my sites are so old and they desperately need help. So if I say I'm doing a restroom reconfiguration, I'm going all the way back out to the parking lot and making whatever number of spaces I need to be handicapped accessible.
So in that case, you'd check the box for restroom configuration and path of travel improvements. And doors and hardware, probably, because you did the doors on the restroom.
And I guess my question is I'm staring at the screen, wondering, how do I check 3D because I did do something with parking, or do I assume
There you go. Good point. Okay, I hear you.
path of travel is going to include parking lot improvements for just because of ADA?
Especially if that's all the parking improvement you did,
That I'm
is
doing.
just that piece.
You could say parking under 3D, parking and drop-off beyond ADA.
Yeah, I mean, why can't you have under 4, why can't you have an E that says parking lot configuration requirements or something? Handicap parking requirements.
What if we put it under path of travel improvements?
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Since that's what it is. I mean, it's, so parking,
Including parking. Related to ADA requirements. something like
And then drinking fountains, too. Yeah.
and drinking fountains.
Yeah, I mean, truncated domes, all that stuff, yeah.
All right. So then let's take a look at item 5, just for a sec. Structural seismic upgrades. In the spirit of trying to keep it fairly broad, we didn't get into a lot of detail there. Does it make sense the way it's written? Is it a part of modernization?
So my question to that would be, and I've not had to access any seismic dollars. So far, none of my projects what I have referred to as a seismic upgrade. Structural, maybe yes, but not because of seismic issues, but because maybe I've chosen to knock down a wall or two. So I just wouldn't want this to necessarily become associated with the AB 300 list somehow, or.
Okay, and I'm not sure that that's where it's headed.
No,
So-
the methodology for the AB 300 would be completely, the evaluation process is in the statute, so it would be completely unrelated to this.
So on a restroom project, which I'm doing tons of, obviously, what would my structural seismic upgrades be? I'm just trying to think. Is it one beam that the engineer says that one's rotted, it's got to go, and do I literally check the box because I had to replace a 10-foot beam? Or is it 10 classroom building with bathrooms on the end and I need a beam the whole length or something. I just don't know when I would pick that.
I'm thinking, I don't, it's typically like if you're going to add HVAC or put new HVAC units on, you're going to have to go through and do some sort of structural upgrades, but
You want to
I've
open
never
up
had a
rooms.
situation where I had a bathroom that was already Field Act approved that I had to go structurally enhance unless I was putting something above it.
You may have,
Roof, something on the roof.
Yeah.
you may
Another-
have a suspended ceiling, for instance, that needs to be braced, that wasn't previously braced, something like that.
Or if you go into, let's say you have a large building, a modernization project, and you knock out 2 walls, and you're going to, it's big enough to accommodate 4 walls now for classrooms. You have load-bearing walls. There may be some structural component. Well, there will be. DSA will look at that to make sure those load-bearing walls are correct. So I'm just trying to answer your question.
So I don't mind checking the box if it's applicable. Am I now going to somewhere along the line be asked to put a dollar amount to that?
Well, that's a discussion that we're going to have in a second.
Okay. Because that would be hard.
That would be hard, yes.
Just a quick clarification. So I think that the intent was if you're replacing the HVAC, that's under 9, building mechanical systems, you would say HVAC. So, but if you were doing upgrades specifically because of seismic or structural deficiencies, like that was the driver of the project, that's, I think, when number 5 would kick in. So it wouldn't be, we know that there's going to be incidental components no matter what for all of these, and there's going to be some overlap. But I think what's the driver behind the project, or drivers, or that particular component? So you might have both. You might have structural. Over here we did seismic. Over here we did HVAC. By doing a scope of work approach, you'd be able to reflect all of that.
Did you have a comment?
No, I was just going to get back to my previous comment. Is it one or the other, or can you check both of those? It's having to do with HVAC, and it's also having to do with structural, because you have to revise the structure. So do you check both?
I like the comment that Brian said about is your project driven by that originally? So an example that I can think of is at a site I've got this, we call the George Jetson Walkway. It totally looks like that show. But and these things are structural in nature, and so I'm going to have to, when I get around to redoing that, I'm going to have to pull those out. I'm going to have to figure out how to structurally and seismically brace it out. That is a project that I'm going into with the forethought knowledge that I'm going to do that because of structural reasons, not just because I happen to knock down this one thing and, oh, by the way, I got to put up a new header or something. So I like the concept of it being because I went in there to structurally upgrade my site.
But so just to, just further muddy the waters, maybe if part of what we're trying to understand here is what is the real work involved in modernizing California's schools, and if we all know as people who've been in the field and built schools and modernized schools that structural changes are a very, very common requirement of DSA for almost any kind of work. The flip side is, don't we want to reflect that and say, yeah, there's...
Maybe if it's worth $1, a certain dollar amount?
Yeah,
for
there
a
you go.
portion of the work?
Yeah.
If it's under 5%, is it?
I don't know. Okay, so so this may be something we deal with in the instructions that go with this, right?
A little point of clarification, too. Brian and I need to do a little mind meld here just for a second. It's kind of a thing that's come up as we're talking. I agree with the primary driver. Try to fit it within the category. What's the primary driver? Is it ADA or is it something else, one of these other categories? But if it's crossover into a couple other different areas like Dennis was talking about and others, isn't what we're trying to do here is try to find the category that it's most like and capture those costs. We don't want to duplicate those costs if they fit maybe into a couple areas, right? I mean, if there was $4 million provided in a mod project, we want to account for that $4 million within the categories that best fit it. I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but I'm sure you guys have thought about this.
Right. So
I think we want to only capture the $4 million once. We don't want to duplicate it.
Well,
we may have to parse it out, but.
Parse it out, right?
Yeah.
That would be the idea. Is that over here we did HVAC. That's what we were trying to do. So on the PIW, you say HVAC, and then answer the relevant questions. But we also did seismic upgrades. that would be another, on the same PIW, another category where you're reporting information for that. So if there's some little incidental cost, like you had, like all you did was an HVAC, but you had to reinforce something, that would fall under the HVAC.
Dennis?
I'm really confused. You say, you're talking about parsing out the cost. If you're going to try and take each one of these categories for modernization and try and develop a cost for that specific element so that it adds up to the total cost, that's impossible.
Yeah, we're not going to do that.
You can't do that.
That's not where we're headed. There's no way to do it.
No, we're at this point, we're just talking about parsing out.
Listing the scope of work.
Scope.
Well, there's no way to report, and there's no reason to report costs at this level.
We're trying to find out what it is you did.
Right.
By the primary driver
We know
category.
we know the project cost. We're trying to identify in broad categories the scope of work. Okay. And seismic upgrades would include voluntary seismic upgrades and required seismic, so a lot of the stuff that districts do in earthquake areas, unlike the Central Valley, which seems calm, pretty calm out here. That's right, seismically. Building exterior envelope. We already heard windows and doors comment, roofing and wall finishes. Yes, okay. Trying to keep it broad. Building interiors, flooring, walls, and ceilings. So bottom, sides, top. Okay, are we okay with that? I just want to check. We want to go through and, sorry, we have to go through this in excruciating detail. Building mechanical systems, HVAC, now that would include whatever, right? Exhaust fans.
Ducting.
Controls, all of these things.
So is the sink in my kindergarten classroom plumbing?
What's that?
Is the sink in my kindergarten classroom plumbing under number 9?
Yes.
Microphone.
I'm so sorry. Is the sink in my kindergarten classroom considered plumbing under group 9? That was my question.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So what about all my casework attached to my sinks in all my classrooms?
Well,
Is that bit? Yeah. So I like your top, bottom, sides, but you've got all
all the other stuff.
cosmetic. I mean, can we call it? Is there like a cosmetic? Because a lot of us do cosmetic upgrades.
All right. We had a larger list. We had a 3-page list when we started. And we're in the spirit of consolidation and streamlining. We all tried to work it into a 1-page list, but okay.
Well, no, I
guess
like
we can
the
change the
one-page
spacing
list.
on the page.
I like the 1-page list, and I think when we have our little beta test and we try and fill it out, in this particular instance, that would be one question. Okay, I replaced the sinks in 10 classrooms. So if there's some little, this category includes things like the following, your little cheat sheeta or whatever you call it next to the drop down that says, individual classroom sinks, individual classroom bubblers. Then I know. Then I'll just go ahead and check it. It doesn't need its own category as long as I kind of got an idea by reading the description
And
of
that
it.
comes down under the question mark. When you hit the question mark, how do I fill this out?
Yeah.
The description that's there.
And that's
Okay.
easy
So,
for you guys
well,
to
wait, before I go to you guys, so casework? Is there a broader
I call those
descriptor? Because we've already
have sinks and
we've got walls already.
Yeah.
That covers a lot of things that could be on the walls, right? Whiteboards, tack board, trim, other things.
Well, what if you're doing a kitchen and you got different kinds of casework there? We didn't put kitchens on here.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry.
Wall finishes.
We've got wall finishes, but so should we add casework? Okay. Okay. So there were 2 comments. You had a comment?
Well, I'm just want to kind of, after going through this entire list here.
This is a very abbreviated
great
list, too,
Yeah,
by the way.
yeah. Well, I'm trying to see how, after all this data is collected, how it's going to be put together into some overall report when every single one of these modernization projects is going to be a little bit different and have a different set of these items on it, and each one is going to have a different cost. How is this data going to be used, and how is it going to make any sense whatsoever?
Okay, good. That's a good question. So, okay, no, I mean, thank you, Rob. But so I think what we're trying to get at here is we're going to gather the project cost, the total project cost on the first page of the PIW. We're going to gather the information about the buildings that are being modernized and the area of the buildings and the number of students served, and so that we have the fundamental information related to the cost to perform modernization. This is designed to provide some depth to understand the type of work that's completed under modernization projects and what the typical work is that's completed.
But that's my point. There's no typical work. Every project is different, and you're going to come up with an entire list of, I mean, I'm sure you're not going to want to list every project in your database and the scope that goes along with the database. You're going to summarize. You're going to summarize the projects, the cost, and like you say, try to put some cost per student or cost per square foot. How are you going to do that with the scope to have it make any statistical sense?
Well, and I think part of the issue with scope is probably comes under the heading of bond accountability and understanding what types of work are completed using state and local dollars with modernization. Okay, so is it a good thing to have an understanding that X number of modernization projects in California include seismic upgrades? Yeah, possibly it is, right? I mean, I appreciate the question.
What does that tell me? It doesn't tell me a whole lot.
Okay, so I hear you. If let's say we stopped at page 45 of 53 and didn't go any further. In other words, this is the page that we were looking at, the scope descriptor for modernization is after you've filled out the first section giving the overall basic project structure, description of the buildings, students served, square footage, right? This is the next level that we're talking, I mean, that page that we're talking about, page 47, right? Do I have that correct, you guys? Okay. So I understand the concern. I mean, I sort of share the concerns also. But I would also ask the question, I think I'd ask the reverse question. If we didn't ask information about the scope of the work, would we be missing something?
I think, we have to look at this in terms of a cost-benefit analysis here a little bit. The cost to the school district in terms of time and everything, this is a lot of work for a district. Eric's not here, but I mean, you take it.
He's right there. He does.
Sorry, Eric. I'm sure you would want to speak to this, but this is a lot of work to put together this information for every single project, and even for a smaller district with a small project, it's still a lot of work. So it's costing the districts to collect this data, and what is the benefit that comes from that? And I don't see that the benefit equals the cost.
$11 billion in modernization. Don't we want to know what we got for the $11 billion? And we also need to know where we're going and what our needs are in the future. We're going to have to get data, Dennis. I mean, and without these kinds of instruments here, I'm not saying this is the only way to look at it.
I agree with you
that
you have to know where the money went, but it gets into a level of detail. And we're way past the level of detail that's necessary to categorize what is going on with these modernization projects. I mean, the data, even as much as I think the data up to 45 is plenty of data for to categorize the projects.
Do you think if a decision maker asked you or Bill or somebody else at a higher level, what have we gotten for the modernization funds in a new program? If you stop at page 45, as Bill was talking about, or what you're saying.
I don't have to have.
I don't think there's enough data there
I don't have to have
provide
page
any.
40. I don't have to have page 45. I can tell you what school districts are typically doing in modernization. I think most of us here
in what
can
fashion?
tell.
Anecdotally, you
at
can.
a state
Sure.
level?
Well, sure, but this isn't getting you anything more than anecdotally. I mean, you're not connecting the dollar amounts with the scope.
Yeah, and Dennis, I'm not trying to debate that this is perfect, the be-all, end-all. I think this is a start. This is, we're really trying to seek your input here. Give us some help on asking the right questions and getting the right kind of data. Obviously, this is going to be a continuous improvement endeavor here. We're going to have to keep working on it, but help us to formulate the right questions to get data that's meaningful. And that's
what I'm trying to
that
do.
would be my hope.
I think getting into this level of detail is too much, is way too much. And I don't think it's, I think it's going to cost the school districts to put together this data, and I think it has no meaning. So my input is this is way too much data.
Okay.
I have a, Bill?
Thank you. Next.
So I'm going to take the opposite approach a little bit, and I'm going to just assume, because I think it's inevitable, that we're going to have to do something like this, whatever this is. By looking at this right here, I'm very comfortable with this, as long as you don't say, how much did it cost for that fence and that gate?
Right. Okay. No.
So I think it's pretty easy, and as long as I'm already filling out something, because I'm resigned to the fact that I'm going to have to fill out something, whatever that looks like, I would rather have this on page 48, I'd rather have that kind of data than stop at page 45, because I think stopping at page 45 is very inconclusive.
You have nothing.
Yeah, you've got nothing. So if by me checking items 1 through 11 on here, what I did helps at all, and you don't ask me to quantify it, because then it does get into time, and it is costly and difficult. I think that's good data to have.
Because that would be another layer, actually, to go take this attachment C and then say, okay, now under site work, you had A, B, C, and D. Now tell us the cost on each one of those. That's the next level down if we ever got there. But we're not advocating that right now. We're just saying, define the scope for us in these projects.
I'm fine with that.
I know, and that would be harder. That's a harder question. And I don't know. I mean.
Scope is easy.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I had suggested going back to the deferred maintenance categories, the paving and electrical and that sort of thing. And I'm looking at the numbers, and it's a very similar amount of large categories. So that's why I don't necessarily have a problem with this. And it's probably easier for people to determine what type of project they have, rather than saying it's an electrical project. They look right here and they say, oh, it's a building lighting project, and it fits within the category of building electrical / lighting systems. I'm done. Or if they have an HVAC project, they're looking right here and it fits under building mechanical systems. Boom.
Comment? Okay. All right. So I hear the concerns. I sort of have the same feeling about this. I think as Kathy does. I think to a certain extent it would be a little bit incomplete for us to not have some element of the scope of work explained, or some way to explain the scope of work. But anyway, but I do have another concern. If we go back to the previous page, 47, because where I see 47 going in the questions is, if you look at 1C, then we're starting to get into applicable square footage or of area or other applicable measure for scope. So what are you trying? What are we trying to get there?
Well, we've been told that a straight square footage just doesn't make any sense for some system components. So we were thinking, okay, roofing square footage makes sense, but if there are any categories that don't fit, what are the industry standard measurables that are used, and we could electronically sync them up so that if it's another category, lighting, just say for example, there's another industry standard for that. When the district selects lighting, when they go to fill out the next level of detail, it would already know what the appropriate unit is. So we're
Number of fixtures in that case?
whatever happens to be.
I guess I would have the same, I mean, so what are we going to use that data for? Why do we need to go to that level of detail? I think that the level of detail that we have, or that we have with attachment C, is a descriptive, it's a descriptive level. It's a qualitative statement about the scope of work that would go together with the square footage, number of students served, and total project costs that would allow you to come up with the total square foot cost for modernization, or the per pupil cost for modernization, and a description of the scope. Okay?
When we were discussing the chart on the first page of attachment C, because we're still talking about attachment C. All of this that we've been discussing so far is part of attachment C and goes together. So that's why when in the chart it asked for the total square footage of the building, it was describing the building because it was anticipated that we'd be asking for the square footage of the area modernized in part C, or in the third part, excuse me.
In attachment C.
So where people were saying that they didn't want to give the square footage for the whole building, they instead wanted to give the square footage of the area modernized. That's the exact same level of detail we're talking about now.
No, it's not.
It's not?
No.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I'm not seeing it as that. But anyway, did I misunderstand what she said?
Well, all the way along here, I'm seeing that attachment C and attachment D are identical, except when it comes to page 47 and page, 52. And it seems to me like we are going really beyond the level of detail that we need at that point. You had me down till we went to the type of work.
Yeah, that's
but then
the
when
point.
we start breaking the type of work down into
Let's go
square
to
footage
page 52
units,
for a
then
second.
it's,
Okay,
we're getting too far along.
Make a quick clarification. The square footage of the area modernized was all that question was asking, except that it included other measurements in case, for instance, you're putting in water fountains, and you would give the number of water fountains instead of the square footage of them. No, that's why it wasn't actually that way in the chart on the first section. Yeah.
I mean, I think one of the things we need to make sure we understand again is who's filling this out. And of course, remember, and besides you, you're the only facilities director, besides me when I was one. Not uncommon to have an account clerk with no access to the plans filling this out, right? I mean, that's the way a lot of them are filled out, is at an area that's completely disconnected from where the work is performed. That's why in my dream world, we had the architects filling these out for us, but at no additional cost. And
Thus the dream part.
yeah, there you go. So, and now let's go to page 52, everybody. Because I guess I'm seeing, so this is the modernization input based upon buildings, right? No, I'm sorry. It doesn't apply to like-kind replacement.
Building.
So this is, or do I have the wrong page? I'm sorry. No, this is it. So the building modernized. Right, so that means it does apply to modernization projects. And so I guess here's the building modernized that you've gotten from the previous page, right? You've already filled out the building that's going to be modernized. Takes you to here, pops it in, and then what I'm seeing is we're kind of going down to it's a pretty intensive level of detail, I guess. I'm not sure. So you're basically saying, okay, if you did, site work, what was the area of the concrete that you put in, right? Or something. I mean, is that really where this is headed? I'm not sure that. So how would we use that data?
Well, I think the goal for this is rather than saying, okay, you did HVAC, tell us which buildings. This would say, okay, you touched building A. What did you do? We did HVAC. We did ADA. We did some roofing. Okay, building B, what did you do? We did HVAC and roofing. Building C, what did you do? So it's trying to capture the same basic information, but on a per building basis.
And that's good. And the way you said it is fine, but that's not what's here. It goes into a much deeper level of detail here.
So first type of work, that would be the first thing under 1A.
Right, so basically if you...
Based on categories identified on the next page.
Perfect.
Go to the next
the same
page.
as what we just looked at, right?
We'd go thing that was done, building, exterior envelope, roofing. Okay, area or system, if applicable, drop down based on subcategories identified on the next page with letters. It could be other.
Well,
I'm sorry, that's where you would say that.
I'm with you all the way up until you start into 1, 2, 3, and 4. Because I don't think that there's any way that we're going to be able to process this data, or it doesn't have any meaning to us.
The first 1, 2, and 3, and 4, or the second one?
No, I'm sorry, the second 1, 2, 3, 4s that are down under each 1A and 1B.
So the one that are just in parentheses where it says area or system, if applicable?
Yeah, all of the ones, 1, 2, and 3, 4.
Okay,
Bill,
so
on what I was trying to figure out the difference, and like Paul said, and I had said before, there's no difference between the two types except for when you get to the questions, page 47 and page 52. So, but wouldn't you, one is by building, right? And so you have the chart by building where we went through on page 45, facilities modernized, that's by building. So wouldn't you, by scope of work, just change the columns and make it by scope? You change this table, and then you'd be listing building. You'd be listing a series of systems or a series of work, and then you'd go across by building. So in other words, you'd flip it for the information because you're just getting the same information but sorted a different way. And then you wouldn't have extra page 47 and 52, which I believe are way too much detail drilling down on it. I don't know.
Well, I don't
seems like it's
it
split.
strikes me that you would still go from the chart on. So if we're on this one, this is the building-based approach that starts on page 49, the conceptual. Then you begin filling out the project information on page 50, and then it would kick you over to page 52, and you would do for building A, you would get the drop-down list, you'd check off each of the items on building A, and then for building B, you'd get the drop-down list and check off the items on building B.
But then you're getting it by building. You're not getting it by system. So you just use the chart and you change the columns. Personally, I don't know. I'm not sure which way you want to have it. For us, it'd be easier to put it in by building, I think. But
It
I'm
depends
thinking,
on what you're doing, actually. I think it's good to have the flexibility to be able to put it in either way, probably.
but there's no difference. It's exactly.
There's no difference in what the data points end up. I agree, but it may be simpler and more appropriate.
There's no question. There's no difference in the questions being asked. Absolutely no. Each one is exact replicate of the other one and then it's just you're added on 47 and 52. Isn't that right? It seems like they're the exact same questions.
So
I'm not really understanding what the difference is.
So for attachment or page 52, first it would say building modernized. That's the number 1. So you put A. 1A, first type of work, building exterior envelope would be the answer, or could be the answer. 1A1, roofing, and you just go down the list just like that. That's what it's referring to.
Mm-hmm.
So essentially, it is the same basic information. Our question was, what's easier to fill out?
It's the same.
I'm good with checking that I did windows and doors, but as soon as you ask me how many and the square footage and impact of cost considerations on choice of materials, I'm done.
Well,
So,
we already have a question on impact of cost of materials on page 3 of the PIW.
in other words, did we change materials because of the cost?
Yes.
Yeah.
So in a general way, so.
And HPI attribute, then the more deeper you go, you're narrowing the scope of the people who can fill this thing out now. So,
Well, and it's not totally clear what we're going to get out of this that's useful data.
yeah.
I mean, I'm not sure that it's that useful for us at the state level to know that you did 275 square feet of roofing.
Yes, I agree. We're not, please.
Or I picked.
I think it's just too much information.
I picked a 20-year roof over a 30-year roof because of cost. I mean, I replaced my roof.
Okay, so I think so are we in agreement, Rob? That,
Back are we going with that statement?
no, let's just go, I'm looking for a limited agreement that we can provide direction to staff that whether it's on this page 52, that providing, that I think the committee doesn't see the usefulness of the level of detail that's contained in defining, providing area or system, square footage, HPI attributes, or impact of cost consideration. For 3 and 4, those are already covered somewhere else in the PIW, in their own way.
I have just a little philosophical thing here.
Sure.
We all want to help, and we all want to give you as much data as we possibly can to help, whatever it is you're going to do something with. If we start with what we think is achievable by enough people in a district to where this doesn't become a thing that nobody wants to do, I think we're at least going to get a start. We're going to get something, and then as we start to see how this data falls out and and we're going to identify those things that are not relevant, and we're going to identify areas that we go, wow, we really need to have that. Then I think we can start making these little tweaks here and there. But if we start off like we did with the original PIW, where everybody just went, oh my gosh, I can't fill this out, we're gonna, we're not going to get anything. So if there's a way to keep this global and easily calculable for the average person in a district, I don't know. That's just a philosophical comment.
Yes, sir.
I'm kind of wondering where the type of work is going to, where do you check that on the?
They drop down so if you go back to page 52, and you're on question 1, paren A, first type of work. That's my understanding anyway. Hannah, help me out here. So that menu would drop down, and then you just check it. Or them.
That's that 1 through 11?
Yes.
Well, if I was on page,
Am I
if I was
correct
on
in
page
that?
50, or I don't see 52.
1A1, it says a drop-down based on categories, identify the next page with Roman numerals. So we look at the next page, and we got,
So you're going to pick
Well, it's
site
my
work, for
52.
example.
site work, building exterior envelope, building interiors,
Oh, 52.
building mechanical systems.
Well, and Brian and Hannah both, I think that it's pretty clear that the level of detail going down beyond that may be a little bit too much. We may want to modify the way that statement reads there. So if you take question 1, parens A, first type of work, you say drop down based on categories identified with Roman numerals. It may be that you do, because you want to capture not just that, but also the subsets of that in the first try. So
I kind of envisioned that on the chart where you're talking about you've got the facilities modernized, that you're listing the building, type of facilities, and that would be, you just put in the initials there of what type of work you accomplished as a box.
Are you on page 50?
Well, I'm on, yes, on page 50. So add a row, and you'd put type of work in there.
And then just do it by this.
The difficulty in that may be, and this is just a formatting issue really, is that how do you put that onto a screen? Because you could have more than one type of work at a building. I mean, you're typically probably going to have, you know,
16 divisions in CSI.
more than one type of work. So you can't just put in one type of work for each row.
Does that answer your question?
No.
I mean, it's.
No, but that's
it's a
not my problem. That's her problem.
Right, that's right.
It's a consideration, though. Okay, Lee, and then Dave.
I like Paul's suggestion a lot, and I agree that that would be the IT's problem to figure that out. I think.
Well, so wait, let's, so, okay.
Okay.
So why don't you reframe what Paul
Okay, I
said?
think he was saying, and I agree with this totally. Well, first off, you just, delete page 47 and delete page 52. Just delete them all together. Take out section 3. You just don't need that. That's too much information right now. Maybe you add it in later if you think it's useful. But I think what Paul said, Paul, correct me, you're on page 45, and it's facilities modernized. You're going building by building, and he just added another column, and on that building, say it's building B, my home ec building in the high school, and I went over and I put all that down, and what I did in that building was ADA compliance, 4A, 4B, 4B. I mean, you'd list and you check. Maybe it's just a checklist.
Or a drop down within that
It's a
column.
drop down
Right, maybe.
checklist. Check.
Yep.
These are all the things I did in that building, and then you just go to the next building, and then you get rid of 47 and 452.
Hold on, Dave was first, and then Rob.
So just let me ask kind of a silly question, because when you folks are at the school district level, you have eligibility for mod. I'm kind of struggling with, you guys kind of have clarity when you sit down with your architect and engineer, and here's what we want to do. You have a punch list of things you want to do, right? We want to go into these buildings A, B, and C, and we want to replace all the lighting. And don't you know all this stuff when you send an architect off to design all this stuff and create specs and all that? I mean,
It's a totally
that's why I'm
different set
struggling.
of people that are filling out these forms at the end of the project.
Not if we do Bill's dream that the architect does it right at the very beginning. How hard is it there?
What-
But okay, I'm just sorry. That's
I'll say,
throwing that out.
yes, we do know what's happening on the project.
People
So
know
why
what's
don't we?
But to sit down and do a form and say it's this square footage of roofing, it's this many HVAC units, that's some, those are itty bitty details that if we do it correctly, takes a lot of bit of work.
Yeah, and if you don't do it correctly,
But my dream
the
is
data
that
isn't any good.
Yeah.
And that's the high likelihood.
I think
is
the
you're gonna
plan
get-
verification team should fill this out when they review our plans. Because they,
take this
that's
back
my
then.
dream.
We'll take this back to the staff. PVT to do the PIW? Okay.
I move.
I just have a question for consideration. I don't know
Go ahead.
where we'll end up, but if we had a PIW that replaced one HVAC and all the roofing for an entire school, would it be good to know that it was pretty much roofing and that there was a small amount of HVAC work? Is there any way to capture some basic information like that? I don't know,
So his point
Well,
is,
he's pushing back on all of us saying that there's too much detail in describing the specific scope or area or number of units, right?
I'm not sure we need the number of sinks and things like that. I'm with you on that. But if we have structural upgrades and HVAC, would it be good to know something a little bit about how much of it was HVAC and how much of it was seismic? I don't know.
So what would the data be used for? What would we get out of it as a state? If we're trying to come up with some very broad categories of cost per student to modernize, cost per square foot to modernize, understanding the ages of buildings that have been modernized and some of the fundamental elements, areas of buildings modernized, numbers of buildings modernized, and the outline of scope of work that's completed. For us to go any further than that, I'm not sure we're going to, that kind of information I hate to say it, it goes back to more like the PVT, where you're looking at cost estimates and understanding the scope of work in detail on a cost estimate level, but I'm not sure it's exactly what we are trying to come out of this exercise with.
I think, and I'm hearing no's, maybe I'm the only one who thinks this. If I go in with a HVAC project, replace HVAC, maybe it's not a like for like, but I think it would be valuable to know that 85% of my project was HVAC replacement. And if my project's $1 million or whatever, and 85% of it was HVAC replacement, and the other 15% of it was all my peripheral stuff, my path of travel, my one electrical panel I had to upgrade. It was ancillary stuff. So
it does help to answer the cost per square foot. Why was this so low, or why was it so high? So I hate to go back to that. The other piece is when you're just doing it associated with the buildings, site work, you have to, how are you going to delineate that? Where are you going to put the ADA compliance, parking?
Bill? Yes. It'd be great if we could get to percentages, but again, if you're on a hard bid situation, you cannot get to that. So it's just, I mean, it would just be an estimate at best, a guess.
What you want to speak up, Mr. Pierce?
I mean, given what we just heard and the whole thing that I was just talking about, where are you going to account for site work and ADA compliance and on and on and on, are we now back at keeping this?
I wouldn't mind using those.
Hold on just a sec. Let me clarify Mr. Pierce's comments here. I don't think we were necessarily talking about not checking off the scope of work.
Ah, you're right. Because you were going to keep one parens A, just get rid of 1, 2, 3, 4 beneath
That's
it.
correct,
Okay.
yes.
But put it within the column?
But one of the ideas, though, that we heard from you guys was do it in a different way as part of the chart or table related to the overall project information, right? Is that what we heard?
So could you then say it's building by building, and then the next, well, I don't know. You do have to account for site work and ADA compliance, anything else that has nothing to do with the building. So maybe that's a different row. I don't know. I'm just trying to keep it on that chart so that you guys could actually add things up. You got totals at the end.
I wouldn't have a problem saying, on this project, I spent 0% on hazardous materials abatement. Site work was 20% of my job. ADA was 10, and no structural, and nothing for 6, and under 7, I spent 30%. I think we could do that. Well, I just kind of do. I mean, I don't know.
It'd be a
guess. Kind of guess. But you've been doing it for so long, you kind of know. Again, you're limiting the number of people that could fill it out, which is a drawback because you'd like to be able to make this as easy as possible for as many people as possible to fill out. But I do think.
Let me clarify. So what you're saying is, as an alternative to listing individual areas of scope or numbers of units or any other thing, that you would take the scope page and just report a percentage of the work in rough terms. Okay. I just want to make sure. Is that roughly what you're saying? Okay. All right. So we probably should think about that. That's interesting. Any other stuff to clarify here? CDE, you want to clarify anything? Okay. All right. Brian, where do you want to go from here?
Where would you like to
Well,
go?
I'd actually like to go. I think we haven't looked at either of and the 2 pages, I guess, are similar. 46. Wait, no, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, 46 for the like-in-kind building replacement. And there's a comparable page in the other approach, which is 51.
Just a quick thought while
we're almost done.
While we're still thinking about the other per scope and per building, we're not opposed to allowing the flexibility. If there is an easier way, or if one is better 95% of the time, that probably would help us to focus the questions a little bit and to take some more of these things into consideration. If we have both ways laid out, then it might limit us a little bit. For example, then we would need 2 charts if we were going to go the chart-based approach. That would be the option, per building or per scope. So if we want that flexibility, like I said, we're still looking into IT as far as whether that's possible. But when we go back and start taking all of this feedback, that's going to be something relevant, and it might limit how much flexibility we have with each chart or with the way we ask questions. Just a thought.
So what you're saying is, what I heard was, there's 2 concepts, one based on type of work, one based on building. And we end up, right, with the same information, essentially. It's just
the way it's laid out currently. But as we start to make changes to it, if we're still trying to go down the 2 paths to allow districts to do it, because it makes sense to go down the 2 paths, it might limit some of our options as far as what changes we make to the document.
So give me an idea of what limitation that we've just been talking about, how that might play out in that way.
One idea was to have the chart. We would need 2 charts, because a chart either asks for square footage amounts or per building. If we were going to update that chart to have more of the drop-down
Sure. Okay.
check marks,
I hear you. All right.
then we would definitely need to separate and have 2 different charts. They might look similar, but you couldn't have just the one chart. Districts would have to choose before they go to that chart. So as far as the formatting, it does impact this. If one is most likely to be 95% of the time the used route, that would be helpful for us to know. If there's no clear-cut way to decide, it does make sense to have both. That would be helpful for us to know, because it will impact what the final product looks like.
Well, and let me go back to the 2 different charts things. You'd only have 2 different charts in what would be part of the regulations or looked at as we analyzed it. Someone who went in to fill it out, you'd only see one or the other of them, correct? Because you'd pick the path you were going down.
No, they would have to be different.
Crazy here, they're the exact same chart. I don't understand why you're saying, Brian.
Okay, so then,
Well, that was used as an example of if we were going to make changes. One of the changes was to modify that chart to incorporate some of the other questions into that chart. I'm saying that if we were going to use that chart for building based and scope based, that chart would have to be modified in different ways, and it couldn't be the same. Currently, they are the same because that decision is made further on down the information gathering process.
I understand what you're saying. So is that a problem? Because a district filling it out would still just see one chart or the other, correct? You'd get a chart based on let's say the charts ended up being different. So when you go into the thing and you start down the path, you'd either get chart A or chart B, right? You wouldn't see both of them on a screen filling it out.
Or you could have one chart. Sorry, I'm gonna help me out here if you think I'm totally crazy. But in my mind, I think you could have one chart, because I agree, it is really one chart. You have a column, and you have the information from page 47 or 52 on it. So you could have a choice. Is it by component or work type versus building? And once you select that, then that column would drive right into that data. Couldn't we do it that way, theoretically? I hear what you're saying.
As long as you made that decision before you started filling the chart out.
Yes.
Because you couldn't have per scope and per building on the same chart.
But
They're mutually exclusive.
But as far as, and it's easy for me to say because I'm not programming this, but if we could have it programmed, and in my mind I'm thinking, yeah, we could do that. You could have just a logic choice there. Is it by type of work, or is it by building specification? And that would once you select that, then it puts you into that column, into those series of data fields.
Right.
On 47 or 52. And I think that's what you were trying to say earlier, right?
And
if we went in a chart.
Right, and that was just meant to be one of the examples of the decisions that we would have to make as we try to lay this out. There will be others, no doubt, as we take in all of the different feedback. But just trying to say if it really needs to be both approaches, that's fine. If it's not as critical, then it would be nice to know that.
I think we're hearing here, though, that, I don't know, if I'm sensing what I'm hearing from all you folks is 2 charts, too many choices, it gets confusing. And, we're struggling a little bit with what's the differentiation between these 2 choices here. So you know, I'm not saying, you know, we took a stab at it. You know, these guys done great work doing that.
Yeah.
But we're getting some really good input. So I think we're going to have some good thoughts. We can go back and think about it and cook on it. I think there's some possibilities here with what we've heard today, personally.
And then let's practice filling it out in real life.
Well, and so do we want to do some kind of an exercise next time with a dummy form that I'm sure Hannah will have plenty of time to cook up for us? Anyway. There you go.
Bill, can I just ask?
Yes.
Okay, so, Dave, so I like where you're going on that, but what I still think logically, if you've got the two separate ways of doing it, the table itself needs to be different, and you have to flip it so that you're sorting it by scope or type of work. However, when I started to try to fill that out, I'm not sure how that works on the chart, because you would have to put down, like, the first column heading would be scope or type of work, the next one would be in what buildings or where did you do it, and then you'd have to list every single, I don't know, it just didn't.
Yeah, and I think that's where Brian and Hannah were trying to allude. It does get a little unwieldy when you try to do that on a chart, but I like charts myself. I think they're good for really looking at a lot of discrete data, you know, if you can set it up right. And theoretically, if we could program it where it, you know, kind of puts you in the right options and gets you the data for the option you choose, you know, again, it's easy for me to say I'm not programming it, but I think theoretically you could do it.
Paul?
I guess I was looking at the section 3, where we're talking about the project type, that would guide you in whether, you know, how much more information you would need to provide. So if it's a like-kind, we start off with a building replacement project, you would need to add any more detail. Then if you had a building replacement with modernization or a modernization, then you would go to a chart like below and you describe what you're doing with these buildings. If you're just doing a systems or infrastructure project, you wouldn't be talking necessarily about what you're doing on a per building basis, and that's where you might pick up something like whether it's a site infrastructure or an ADA compliance project. That's kind of, or, you know, you pick up more like the site stuff. The overall charts I was kind of seeing as what's going on in those buildings. And your type of work, you have a site infrastructure project, it doesn't allude itself well to, you know, making a checkbox on a per building basis. But above all, I think you need to have kind of just a one tree thing, and without having two types of filling out, whether it's the philosophy is type of work or by building, you have to pick one or the other and go with it. And it seems like more people are weighted towards by building, because that's how you start thinking about your projects before you start describing what you're doing on a per building basis. So.
Okay, good. Can we go back to page 46 where it's comparable? One in the building base is 51, right? Are they the same? Are 46 and 51 identical? Yes. Yes? Yes. Okay, so this is for like-in-kind building replacement. We're going to do a global change on that term, right? To building replacement. Okay. All right. And so starting at the top, we're almost done, you guys. We're doing great. Said that before lunch. I'm remiss, actually, in asking if there are any comments from the audience. Sure. That's why we're here, Lyle.
You're here to serve, right, Bill?
Yeah, sure.
I'm gonna ask a question because I'm not sure I know the answer first. On looking at page 48, and I think 48 and 53 kind of have the same thing.
Yeah, they do.
I'm looking at, for instance, Roman numeral 3, A, B, C, D. So when you have a drop down, you're going to see 3, A, B, C, D, and you're going to fill out each one of those, right?
You're going to check, right?
Check it out, do whatever.
You're going to select.
That's
in
fine.
some way.
Okay.
Click on it.
My
with your
question
mouse.
is, and I'm, I'm listening to Dave's purpose of, one of his purposes, forgive me if I fill in your blanks here, Dave, is that you're trying to figure out what took place in the past, amongst other things, so you can figure out what's going to happen in the future, and I'm not sure I see that connection, but nonetheless, it seems to me like the major category, site work, is really all that you need to know about, is that you did site work, and maybe it included A, B, C, or D. So I'm thinking that you could simplify this form a lot by, there's Roman numeral 1 through 11. You don't need the subcategories. You could just have 1 through 11, and none of the subcategories are really necessary for the stated purpose that I think you're after. And that would simplify the whole thing quite a bit.
Well, let me ask you a question, though. And I don't disagree that it would simplify it, and I actually, as I said, we started out with a much longer list, and this is already distilled down from that because, obviously the list of work that could be done on a school when you modernize it is pretty extensive. Wouldn't it be helpful, though, if you're filling this out, even if you only clicked on one of the base Roman numerals, it's probably not a bad thing to have A, B, C, or D there showing you that, oh, right, site work, playground, it might include playgrounds, might include fields, fences, gates, drop-off. And maybe those are just aids in filling them out.
Could be a parentheses, this includes these things,
right, okay.
whatever, but I'm just thinking that when you're trying to fill this out, and I concur that the person that's going to be filling this out in a lot of cases isn't going to have much of a clue of what really happens. So they're going to be trying to go to someone that does have an idea and trying to, make those two pieces fit together into this. I think it's a lot easier most of the time, and you'll get better information, quite frankly, if you just say site work and it could, and then say it could include playgrounds, fields, fences, gates, parking, and drop-off. So you don't have anybody trying to figure out, okay, I did a playground, did that include some of the field? I just think you get better in more. The information will be more similar across districts if you don't have the individual categories. And it'll be easier to fill out. I think it's just as good for at least for what I heard Dave say. I think your information is just as good without them as it is with them.
Okay.
That's really my point.
Okay. No, I think it makes sense.
Thank you.
All right. Let's go back to the like-in-kind building replacement. Either 46 or whatever it was, 50, whatever. Okay, 46 I'm on. So, Brian, you want to walk us through this one?
Sure. So, number 1, building replacement required due to, we've changed it already, hazardous material abatement, portable demolition, removal and replacement, site reconfiguration, like-kind replacement with cost-effective age or educational needs. So the idea is to capture why was it demoed and completely rebuilt? What was the motive? We know a lot of times it's just more cost-effective. It just makes a lot more sense. As we talked about earlier, you need to move it onto the other part of the campus for educational needs. It just fits better. Or what was the other one? Or you're tearing down a portable and building permanent. So trying to capture that. And then the second question would be, what buildings were replaced? And this...
hold on. Sorry. Okay, so the first item you list there is hazardous materials abatement. I'm not quite understanding does that mean that you made a decision to tear it down because the work required to do abatement with modernization drove the cost? I don't understand that one.
Sometimes we've been told that there can be so much asbestos or other hazardous materials that it actually is more cost effective to tear it down and build a new one. So we were trying to identify that is something that districts they have to make that decision.
Would mold be one of those things?
I would think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what, that,
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Okay, I've never had, I mean.
so you might want to just put an IE in
Well,
some
it-
examples.
Yeah, it's, I mean, because
Lead, mold, asbestos.
even if you're not modernizing the building but tearing it down, you still have to do all the hazardous materials abatement first anyway.
You know, I'll just speak from experience. We had a complete replacement due to mold.
Okay.
So it wasn't even, the cost to abate it was so extensive that they just said,
Okay, all right.
take down the building and build a new one.
Are there any reasons for building replacement that are not captured in this list of six items here?
I just think that a lot of times it's probably a little of multiple.
Yeah, good
ones.
point. So can you check any of them?
Mm-hmm.
Can you check more than one?
Could we say click most applicable, or is it more like 50-50, 60-40, or is it 90-10? I don't know.
Yeah.
Primary reason? Okay.
Well, and I would suggest that 6 is inherent in everything that we do. I mean, it's being replaced for educational needs regardless of the reason why it needs to be replaced, right?
That's true. Yeah. Ultimately, that's why we're all here. Is there another way to ask that where? And I'm not sure.
Yeah, it needs to be what we're trying to get at there is
Be adequacy, educational adequacy.
Exactly, educational adequacy issues related to the building. Sometimes the existing buildings are so difficult to reconfigure for new technology, whatever, that kind of thing, that makes more sense to start over. Educational adequacy?
We just want to avoid any issues about safety or, yeah. So, I mean, that, I don't see that here, which is great. Yeah.
Safety is okay, though. We should.
I don't want to make that politically known that I'm getting rid of something because of safety issues.
Or that I had it on there for 30 years.
Yeah.
In other words, you're worried about liability.
Yeah. Well, just exposure, comments.
Just take care of it.
Well, we just had one where water standards changed and a well that was safe to drink out of literally yesterday wasn't today.
We know
And
that
it got-
project.
Yes, you do. Thank you very much. And it got funded. So that's exactly safety. But we just heard not high voltage transmission lines. There's another replacement project.
Oh my gosh, I don't think we want another other here.
Safety. I don't have a problem with safety.
Back into the whole AB3 or the seismic list, so we've identified this building is going to fall down during an earthquake, but there's no money to fix it. Now you've put your district at risk from a liability perspective.
Well, wait, you're checking this after you got the funding for it, though.
Yeah, you've already been. The project's done.
Okay.
Can I ask
So
you? I'm sorry. I'm
Makes sense.
So let's hold on. Let's decide. Do we want something like safety? I think we sort of do.
You
maybe.
put safety in, but if you feel that that's not appropriate for your district, you don't check it.
What could
You
we
check
say?
something else.
We're not being creative.
Safety concerns? Okay.
That's safety. Okay. Thank you, Paul.
The other question I had is, in addition to educational adequacy, that's going to be their standard reason for doing anything, but doesn't item 4, that's got to be the case, right? Or
Actually, it doesn't.
so you've done your assessment and it's going to be 80% of replacement value to modernize it, and therefore you're just going to rebuild it. That's when you click that. You don't have any other issues. It's just smarter to rebuild than to modernize because of the cost to modernize it.
That's, I think, what we're getting at on number 4,
Okay.
right? That isn't always the case that replacement is necessarily more cost effective. But anyway, yes.
Yeah, the one I had trouble with was age. We don't just get rid of a building because it's old. It's usually because
Age and
the replacement was cost effective.
Well, I mean, it's interesting because one of the most common reasons to get rid of a building is because they're extremely deteriorated. I mean, we're not really saying that here. That's an interesting point. Are we? Or where are we saying condition? Deteriorated condition?
Physical condition of the building rather than age.
The list is getting longer. I mean, I think we should have something about.
I think Paul's right. You come back to item 4. If the condition was bad, you replace it because like-kind replacement
Beyond the
was
life
effective.
expectancy of the building. I mean, that's sort of the age portion of it.
Well, this is a mod project, so you approach it based on the age of the buildings in the first place. Otherwise, you wouldn't be touching your building unless you're 100% locally funded. So these are all symptoms of, what am I saying, symptoms versus causes, or causes versus, you walk into a mod based on the age of your building, and you make that decision as you evaluate it, whether you can modernize it just like a normal project, or if it needs to be demoed because of some of these other things.
Beyond useful life.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like you've got 4 reasons to replace a building. It's not meeting code. There's safety issues with it. It's functionally no longer adequate, and then the 4th one is it's deteriorating. So I don't know if that helps.
So we'll need to think about that one. Mr. Smoot, did you have a comment?
Yes. I'm concerned that you don't have all the reasons why you might replace a building listed here, and you're going to potentially create some problems in somebody trying to figure out none of these covers my reason. And the second part of that is, I think what you're really looking for is the main reason, because typically, at least my experience with replacing buildings is you start out with some pretty major problem, and maybe that's a 40% of replacement value, issue, and then you start piling on other smaller issues, and you finally come out the end and you go, okay, overall consideration is we need to get rid of this thing and just replace it. So I was just thinking maybe it'd be easier, at least to begin with, is to, rather than making these drop downs, to just say the question is main reason for replacement versus modernization, and just have them fill it in with 5 words or something, because quite frankly, I can't sit here and go, yeah, this covers everything, because sometimes you just have a community that hates a school and wants it replaced, and they're willing to pay for it. Well, I don't see that one here.
You're absolutely right. That's what.
Well, I knew you'd understand that. So that's my only question. I mean, typically I like drop downs. I think they're easier, but I think in this particular case, just to fill in the blanks, main reason. Don't try to cover everything.
One of the good things about the list is that it does provide prompts and helps people to fill this out, and especially if it's being filled out by people who may not always be the project management people, which is the case a lot of times with these forms. So anyway, okay, I hear you.
Yep, thanks.
Thank you. Okay, moving right along. We're almost done.
What buildings were replaced? And that would be, if we go back to what is now the one chart, facilities modernized.
But could morph into 2?
So districts have indicated they replaced building A.
Okay, so
building B. That would then be a drop down.
On page 45, they've entered a building, and so on page 46,
it feeds into that. That's our dream. We haven't checked with the IT folks, but that's our dream, that that's something that could be done live.
Oh, wait a minute. Does every building feed into there? No. Or you'd get at the first left-hand corner of the chart, you'd get a drop-down that lists each of the buildings that you listed on the previous page, and then you'd click on that one, that you replaced? Because maybe you didn't replace all of them, you just replaced that one, something like that?
Bill, you wouldn't put it under both. You didn't modernize it, you replaced it. So it wouldn't be one of the buildings from the chart.
You either demoed, built
Yeah,
a new
you didn't
one,
modernize
or
it.
or you did it only
Right, so it wouldn't show up.
only a certain
Wait,
component.
You either modernized them or replaced them.
Well, so where's the auto-population coming from? Come on, Hannah, help me out here.
If we go with the idea of redoing that chart, there would be nowhere to auto-populate it, so you'd have to ask all the questions, and it wouldn't auto-populate. But the vision when this was designed was that that first chart,
On page
the purpose
45.
of it would simply be to describe the buildings that were modernized,
Whether or
not to say what was done on them yet.
Okay, I got it.
So that would include anything that was or was a building replacement, because you want to know what the building that was replaced was before you replaced it.
That's correct, you do want to know that. Okay, so I think I was right when I first described this, that you enter the buildings that are modernized, and you're not saying, although at the top of the page where you're entering it into the chart, you are saying what project type it was, but that doesn't affect your entry into the chart, per se.
The thought was that the second section in these examples, the second section would only appear if the project type that you selected included building replacement.
Okay, got it.
Otherwise, it would skip this section altogether.
And so if you checked like and kind replacement plus other modernization on the page 45, you would go through the like and kind replacement page and the rest of the modernization, right?
That's correct. And if you checked building replacement only, then you would be navigated to section 2, and section 3 would not be required.
Okay, and then when you're in section 2 and you get to the chart on page 46, when you hit the building, when you go to the first column and first row, the building that you put in on the previous page.
You'd get a drop down that allowed you to select the building that you entered onto the first page.
I can think of a couple of issues there, but anyway, never mind. So, I mean, because if you're not saying what you did to the buildings, and you had multiple buildings, anyway, right, in the first
You
page.
would select the building
You'd
that
select
you did
from the list.
that you
You'd
replaced.
select from the list.
Right.
There'd be a list in that first page where it says auto-populate?
You would click into the field, and the drop-down list would come up, and you'd select a building.
From what you previously input? Okay,
Right.
good.
I think that all works. I think to clarify or get rid of confusion on the part of districts on above the chart where you have number 4, facilities modernized, I think you need to change that to something like facilities to be modernized or replaced. Because I would not put in the building that I was going to replace.
So, and that was clear by what you said when we asked the question. Okay. Well, because, I mean, in the broader sense, replacement is a type of modernization. I know, and that's why it was there.
It's funded through modernization in this case, so that's why we would refer to it as modernized.
Okay. Keep going on page 46, okay?
I was just thinking that for 4, we could have the name of the chart and then also another sentence, please include any buildings that were demoed. Yeah, or just spell it out. That makes sense. So what buildings were replaced?
Doing good, yeah.
You would go down, so it says buildings, so you're going to indicate which ones were completely replaced, and then that feeds into number 3, building name or number, so it's auto-populated. So building A would come up. Original building type of facility, we've already asked for that for building A, so we know that. Replacement building type of facility. So what is it going to be now that you've built your new building? Is it the same or is it different? Original number of classrooms, if applicable. could be 0, could be 5. Replacement number of classrooms, if applicable. So if you tore down a certain number, have you rebuilt the same number of classrooms? It might be the same square footage, but a different total number of classrooms depending on the needs of the district. Original number of stories, and then replacement number of stories. So was it a 1 and then you've replaced it with two stories, or the other way around?
Out of curiosity, what information does that give you? I mean, what are you trying to collect on the change? First of all, that's extremely rare that would happen. It does
What
happen,
is?
but
Wait,
going from either 1 story to 2 stories or 2 stories to 1 story.
extremely common, going from 1 story to 2. 1 to 2 is the most common replacement in the state. I'm going to go out on a limb.
Okay, replacement, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just curious as to why that information.
Well, we have an entire program dedicated to 1-story replacement with 2-story.
Well, that's true, and if that's the information you're looking for, just ask the simple question, is this
An ORG project?
Does that have to be multi-story?
Yeah, they do.
Has to be?
But it's more
But it
than
doesn't have-
ORG, though.
Yeah, exactly.
It's more than.
Right, this is more than ORG, that's right. Okay.
Phil, one
Yes.
question on, again, on it's a heading issue. Number 3, it says, please describe the buildings modernized. Aren't you saying replaced? Aren't we talking about the replacement?
Yep, we are. Good,
Okay.
good call.
Yes, that's correct.
And I have one example. So for mine, and I would just try to fill it out the best I can. Under modernization, we did a replacement of an entire school, replaced pod buildings, a number of buildings with one big building. So I would just do the best I can, but it would be like original buildings were A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and H, and it got replaced with 1. So it
Perfect.
I guess I would I think it would work, it'd be fine.
Pod building replacements is one of the most common building replacement
Yep.
projects in California, too. I'm going to go out on that limb also. Who were the architects back? Never mind. That came up with that idea. The open classroom concept. Yeah. All right. Well, anyway, sorry, we're getting sidetracked. It's almost 3:30.
Can I
Go ahead.
ask for clarification? Let's just say, for instance, there's 2 buildings that you're using the modernization eligibility for. You demolish them, and you might build 4 buildings that equate to their square footage. So it may be difficult for some districts, and I'm only bringing this up as a point for OPSC to know. As you use the building name or number that you started with that generates all this data, it might be difficult to directly tie it to whatever the new building is. So I don't know how you fix that, but just understand that could create some.
Okay.
It'd be hard to tie it in. Well, I don't know. Does building A equal D and E, or does it B A or B or half a C, or you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you have 20,000 square feet, and you turn it into 4,000 or 5,000 square foot buildings, or maybe 4,000 square foot buildings.
Yeah. No, that's a good point, actually. Interesting. Yeah. All right. Yes.
Then the final question, I think you have this on also, we've kind of skipped over it. It's on this page, it's question 4. Total cost per square, where?
Hold on just a second.
Oh, okay.
Let's finish the chart, and then we'll
Okay.
get there. You're
All right.
reading ahead.
Okay.
And we didn't deal with it on the other page either.
No, we
Okay,
didn't.
so let's go back. We'll talk about that in a second.
Then original construction type, that'd be.
Which we already have.
Auto-populate, replacement construction type, so what is the new building? Original total building square footage and replacement total building square footage. And that starts to get into what Rob was talking about. So we'll have to take a look at that too and see if it would still fit together. But, what was it originally? Did you build a bigger facility? How does, exactly what did the district do? That's what we're trying to
I mean, we definitely need that I mean, that's a key piece of data. Yeah, okay.
But that point even, I think, makes the other point that I brought up even more difficult, because you're right, they could build it bigger and self-fund it, right?
Yes, they could.
And we'd be interested in you replaced what,
Right.
4,000 for 4,000, but if you built 8, as far as the state's concerned, you built the 4, you at least replaced what was there. But then if we get more information on the larger grade.
We're looking for that if you replaced a 4,000 square foot building, that the 4,000 feet were replaced. But if you built 8,000 back, it'd be nice to know that also, wouldn't it? And what was in it.
Bill?
But I mean, you have to meet the basic requirements,
Aren't we,
like
aren't,
like replacement.
aren't we talking about the entire project, whether it's self-funded or
Yeah,
state-funded?
we're talking about the entire
It's
project.
not, we aren't giving you just the 4,000.
No, we're
It's
not.
the entire project. Okay, good.
Right.
And then just an ignorant question on my part, which I'm really good at those.
Okay, let's hear it.
Forget it.
Give
All
the
right.
man another cookie.
Yeah, the sugar's wearing off already. Okay, so let's talk about question, in this case, it's question 4, I guess, right? Is that what Lee brought up? Total, and it's the same question that's on the previous page as question 5. Total cost per square foot for like-kind replacement. So what was your question, per se?
Where's the place for it? Is it
Well, I mean, it's an interesting point. In the current PIW, the calculation for cost per square foot is on this comparable page that we're discussing here. That's why it's here. Okay? If you know the PIW, which I guess I know it pretty well at this point, the first page has the information on the costs and the project basics, and the second page has this kind of information about the buildings modernized, or buildings new, built, and that kind of stuff, and square footages. And then on the right side of that page is the cost per square foot. So is the cost per square foot would be based upon the replacement total building square footage, correct?
Yes.
And then, can we go, is there a PIW in this package? Yes. What page is it on?
It's attachment B.
Okay, let's go to page 40 of 53 briefly. Because here's the, so I'm just trying to get us to the calculation. And I do want to make sure so this is where the project cost information is input, whether it's right now, whether it's new construction or proposed modernization. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure, right? Because we're not, so what you're saying in the question that we're looking at is that you'll take some project cost from here and you'll divide it by the square footage, whether it's the replacement square footage or the square footage of the buildings modernized. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And no, it's not, except
but it's
it's about to get tricky. And I think we need to make sure that in our industry, and I'm saying that our industry is actually, besides kids and education, is construction. So in the industry standards would be cost per square foot of construction only, and the other would be cost per square foot of project. And there's a third one that you could include that would be cost per square foot of facility that would include the cost of the land and the site. So in the proposed calculation, we probably need to talk about whether it's a cost per square foot of construction, hard cost, or is it a cost per square foot of the project costs, including all hard costs and all soft costs?
You're only going to get hard costs from me. I mean, if I have to prorate my
No, wait, this is not prorating. So look on page, bear with me here, look on page 40.
I'm here.
This is what you already fill out now. I don't know if you've ever filled one of these out, have you?
A long time ago.
Okay. So you insert, leaving aside, say, site acquisition for a minute, under question 2, bid construction data, contract data, you insert the total construction cost, which presumably is the sum of 1, 2, and 3. So line C is the sum of the building costs and contract, site development, and others. It's not unusual to see just a number in C itself and no numbers in the other number. You see a lot of different things when you look at these. But anyway, so that's the initial hard cost. It turns out that in the lines down below, there's actually other hard costs embedded in there. One of them is number 4, which says estimated remaining project cost not yet contracted, hard cost, comma. Number 5, construction management fees under, if these are at-risk CM or true CM services where they're considered by DSA to be a cost of construction, those are also hard costs. Okay? And contingency could be, I'm sorry.
Why is contingency under cost? Contingency is a budget.
Microphone, Dennis, please.
My question is, why is contingency under cost, particularly if you're filling these out late in the project for your contingency?
I totally agree. We're not critiquing this right now. Okay. We're using it as some examples of how I want to give staff some direction so that we can make sure we're using the right figures as we go forward to develop the cost per square foot in the forms, because I'm not sure we're doing it right currently. Your point about contingency is very well taken. If you fill this out at the end of the project, and presumably it says this on the question box under contingency, it has to be 0. Right? You've finished the project, everything's done, there is no more contingency. Right? It has to be 0.
It doesn't say that, but I agree.
Okay. Maybe we should say that's something to think about in the future.
I always just add a big number, so it makes the project expensive.
I'm glad. Is your microphone off or on? Okay. So we just got about 10 more minutes and we're out of here. So I guess what I'm trying to get to is we should make sure contingency, Dennis has a really good point. Contingency could be a soft cost, or it is a budgeting element. It could be you could have a change order allowance. That's a hard cost contingency. You could have a design contingency. That's a soft cost contingency. You could have an overall project contingency. So it's a little nebulous, but let's leave that aside for a second. I guess what I'm saying is, were we thinking that the question 4 on the page we just came from was going to be the project costs or construction costs?
I don't think that we've gotten
that far into it, huh?
That far into the thought processes. I believe that currently, and I'm not positive, but I believe that currently, because we did have a proposal to auto-populate that field for the current...
Auto-calculate it.
Auto-calculate,
yeah.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay.
And that was based on dividing the total project cost.
Good.
On page, that's shown at the bottom, or near the bottom of page 40 of 53, by the total square footage, which would be in the component types chart on page 41.
That's a pretty good answer, as long as it doesn't include site acquisition in the case we're talking about.
It doesn't include site acquisition because that does not calculate.
That doesn't
count
calc into
the total
that. That's right.
project
You're right.
cost.
Okay, good. Okay.
Is there any reason why you couldn't, I mean, it's a calculation, so is there any reason why you couldn't just include both of those? Just say construction cost per square foot or project cost per square foot?
But
if there is a reason, I mean, just make sure that the terminology is correct for the calculation that you use.
Yeah, and that's why I was going through this excruciating exercise to go back to this page. And I apologize. I just want us to make sure that we're all in agreement that what we're going to look at under question 4 on page whatever 46 is going to be the total project cost divided by the square footage of the area modernized.
And if I may, you may want to end it with for like-kind replacement project, because the way it's worded makes me think it's just going to give me a square footage for the replacement portion of my project.
Well, it's a really good point, because if you have a like-kind building replacement project with additional modernization, then we've got to deal with that question too.
Right. I assumed it was.
Okay.
Was that your question?
Yeah.
See, we all asked the same question.
All right.
I did want to go back to my ignorant question. But it adds to the point that I think originally, because I couldn't find it. because the way it's worded, it says, I'm looking at the second and third column.
Page
46.
Page 46, excuse me.
Number 3, that chart?
Number 3, the big chart, the second and third column. It says replacement building type of facility, and the reason I couldn't get to my question earlier, because I got that confused with original construction type. But what you're really after there is the use of the building, previous to and new.
Yes.
So maybe a better descriptor for that next time, and I'll be able to find my question or remember it. But my main question was, though, doesn't it have to be the same?
No, the square
So I
footage
can
amount.
just, okay.
And
That
that's
was
only
that's
eligible
the
for
ignorant
funding.
part
The
of my
districts-
question. But I think it is square footage, so I can demolish a classroom building and build an admin as long as they're the same square footage.
Yeah, and that's just for that's just for funding purposes.
Right.
Districts oftentimes build even more, so they change the purpose of the building and adjust the square footage. We just cap it.
The funding.
The funding, but not the design or the actual construction.
So if I demolished all classroom buildings, I could build whatever under the model, assuming it's the same square footage.
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
As long as
All right, that answers, that's
some caveats,
therefore
but
it is a good
basically,
question to ask,
yeah.
because I thought the program required you to replace.
What you just said, Rob, though, has eligibility implications. The
Sure.
state's going to still view you as having, if you demolish 50 classrooms
That you have
and you don't build back 50 classrooms, remember the state still for future eligibility adjustments thinks you have those 50 classrooms
Got it.
still. So
SB 50 at its finest.
you're digging a hole there maybe, but I know you'd never do that.
No.
Not without some other plan in place.
Okay. I think we can safely say that we have completed our work today. I want to thank everybody on the committee for sticking it out to the bitter end, especially Jeremy. And I want to thank staff and for all the hard work going into this and all the hard work that's have to be done coming out of it. So we will regroup back on the ranch and reconsider some of this stuff. So we're going to bring this back to next month's meeting, and appreciate everybody's help in getting here. Thank you so much.